Man, oh man, still raining here in the Philippines. Old lady's complaining that she can't get her laundry to dry. Man, oh man, y'all see the struts on Monday here. What can I do? Welcome to today's live stream, my friends. Hope y'all are doing well out there. As you can see, I'm clearly under a lot of stress here because Big Pumpkin keeps complaining she can't get her clothes to dry on the clothesline. What's a man to do? Welcome to this live stream weather report. If somebody can give me an audio check, I would certainly appreciate it. Let me go around the horn and make sure I got all my technical equipment up and running. Looks like we're up and running on Kick. Shout out to you if you're watching this from Kick. And let's see if we're live on Twitch. Yeah, looks like we're live on Twitch, live on the old YouTube. Welcome everybody, welcome. Let's see Coral C checking in from Jacksonville. Let's see, DNYC says wife number 1 is starting to look real healthy. Better cut the rice. Nope. I'm trying to get her to eat ice cream 3 times a day, extra rice. I like a thick woman. I like them thick. You see how she manhandles that washing machine over there? Skinny woman can't do that. Thick girl can carry more water. That's what my friends in Afghanistan used to say. When I asked them why they like big women, they said they can carry more water. Anyhow, welcome to today's live stream and weather report. Mr. Tim checking in from Thailand. How are you? Texan checking in from Texas. Hey Mike, how y'all doing? Jan's still around. Hopefully we'll see her soon. Thanks for asking. Dennis checking in from New Jersey. And Bruce says there's some reverb. I think the reverb is because I got Big Pumpkin's microphone on. Hold on just a second here. Let me cut Big Pumpkin's microphone. All right, I cut her microphone. Is the reverb okay now? What, baby? The spotlight's on you, Big Pumpkin. You're a superstar. Everybody wants to see Big Pumpkin her laundry operations. So you're witnessing her washing machine operations, and she's got a clothes. Are you finished? She says she's finished. Let's see, Douglas, how are you? Sam, good morning. Earl says the audio is good from Tennessee. Maximus checking in from Chicago. Heath, how are you? From Southeast Tennessee. Michael. Okay, Bruce says the reverb is gone. Yeah, that's what happens when you've got 2 microphones on at the same time in close proximity. So anyhow, folks, it's been raining all night. Last night we had a short brownout, a little bit of lightning going on. No big deal. It did rain cats and dogs all night until this morning. But again, what happens? The minute I fire up a live stream, the rain just dissipates and goes away. My live stream coverage of weather is it just repels the bad weather. So let me give you a live look at the rainfall here on beautiful Subic Bay, and we'll just cut over to my sophisticated rain measurement device, which is called my frog pine. So as you can see, the amount of rainfall impacting my frog pine is minimal. It's just sprinkling rain here on the beautiful Subic Bay. We'll cut back to Big Pumpkin. She's at the tail end of her clothes washing operation for the morning. Forrest G's been out there helping her. He's a big help. Maria's been folding clothes all morning, and they're almost done. So the babies are in there watching some cartoons or whatever they're watching in there. And Big Pumpkin is just finishing up. You're finished now? Are you sure? She says she's finishing up. She's just hanging everything up on the clothesline. If you didn't catch that video, I installed her a brand new dryer system underneath the carport. But she's been complaining there's too much rain. She can't get the clothes to dry. And what she's trying to do is hustle me. She was trying to hustle me this morning to just load up all the laundry and take it up, to the laundromat. Wash, dry, fold same day. And then old single dad's out 500 pesos. I said, nope, I got faith in you, baby. I got faith in you. Just get to washing them clothes. Hopefully we'll get enough, pretty soon here we'll get some sunshine and your clothes will dry. But that's what she tries to do, see. She tries to use the weather, the inclement weather, as an excuse just to take all the laundry up to the laundry. And then I'm out a 500 peso bill. Yeah, that's almost $10. Well, with the exchange rate, it's not, but you know what I'm saying. Just estimate a $10 bill to take all our laundry, wash, dry, fold, get it back the same day. A little bit unreasonable. So anyhow, with a little positive encouragement, she went to work. Forrest G helped her out with the washing operation. Maria was on folding. And now I got a whole string of clothes out there drying underneath the carport. Welcome to my world. But I just wanted to put the camera on Big Pumpkin and explain to you all the stress that she put me under this morning trying to hustle me to send the clothes up there to the laundromat. Baby, I find that unreasonable and unfair that you tried to hustle me. Hold on, there'll be a little reverb here. Hold on. Baby, I got the microphone on you. Would you care to comment as to why you tried to hustle me this morning to send the laundry?
Ito nga, hindi ka bumili ng spinner eh.
Can you translate that to English, please? She don't want to cooperate. Big Pumpkin is not very cooperative when it comes to my show. She's just not too cooperative. So if you're just joining us, I just give you another quick look at the frog pond here. Well, there she comes. A little bit more action from Big Pumpkin. Now what she's got is a bamboo stick. She got a piece of bamboo, and she puts the clothes hanger on the end of the bamboo and then hangs it up on the line. Baby, easy, baby, easy.
Turn around this. I'm finished now.
Yeah, go ahead and turn it around, baby, and point that thing back towards the cows and the goats so we can check our wind measurements. Right now you're staring at my frog pond. It's a light sprinkling of rain here on the beautiful Subic Bay. There's your rainfall gauge, 100% accurate. You want to know how much rainfall is going on. But then when we cut over to technology, there's the technology coming out of Pagasa's website, panahan.gov.ph. Great product. It's a local version of the Windy app. That's what I call it. You can play around with those settings, look at the lightning, look at all that stuff. But that's the soup that's from Tropical Storm Mai that is headed in an easterly direction. It's headed the wrong way. We talked about this yesterday. Yesterday, I did accurately predict based on the information I read from Pagasa, that school would be canceled again today, and I was right on the money. I was right on the money. Kids have not went to school not one day this week. Monday through Friday, school's been called off. It was a good call due to the heavy rainfall from Tropical Storm Mai and the southwest monsoon, the Habagat. So that's the technology look right there. Okay, now Big Pumpkin, I think, should have pointed the camera. Let me take a look here. Looks like she's got the camera pointed in the right direction here. There you go. So it looks like not too much on the wind. There's Red Horse 6 and my pizza oven right there. But that's a look at the wind. I don't know if you can see the cows in the background or not. Yes, I will take some coffee and pour this out because it might have got a fly in there. Yes, thank you very much for the hot coffee. Least you could do after all the stress you put me under this morning trying to hustle me to take the laundry up there. Clip me for 500 pesos. Now, if the clothes don't dry and they end up getting skunked, I got no choice. I got to take it up there. But I'm holding out. Anyhow, so yesterday, and we'll go through the full weather report here. Yesterday, they predicted even more rain than yesterday. I said, if they're predicting more rain, school's going to be called off. So she gets up this morning, 5 o'clock, checks the notifications, no school. So the kids have played hooky from school all week long. So that's what's going on that front. But there you go. That's I'll leave the technology up there. I'll leave the technology up there, and we'll pair that cutting edge technology with my simplistic rain measurement device. In other words, my frog pond, and also my wind measurement device, which is the mango tree. And you'll get an accurate picture of the weather here, at least on Subic Bay. Okay, so let me see where my tabs are here. Where should we start out? Well, I guess let's just go straight to the weather. I may have to put my old man glasses on. Now bear with me, I'm about to pull a Fred Sanford. Some of y'all know what that is, some of y'all don't. If you grew up watching Sanford and Son, I can see, said the blind man. Alright, so let's refresh here on the Pagasa. This is bulletin number 17, final. And it talks about low pressure area Mai. And then there you go right there. There's the map. It's a low pressure area now, formerly Tropical Storm Mai. Okay, that's what that thing looks at. And then you come over here to the weather advisory, and what this does is separate rain from the southwest monsoon. Well, actually, since there's no Tropical Storm Mai, we're just looking at the rain from the southwest monsoon. So what you do, this is today, 7 August. Yep, that's right. Come down here, boom, I'm in Zambales. So they're forecasting 100 to 200 millimeters of rain, which is double what it was yesterday. And then tomorrow it will be the same, and then looks like Sunday. So that document right there, straight from Pagasa, is telling me it's going to rain all weekend long, if I had to guess. So there you go. I'll keep that up there for just a minute. Put my Cool Breeze glasses back on to block the Hollywood lights. And then I'll come over and catch up on your comments and see what's happening in the world. Let's see. Mac, how are you? Jim, how you doing? And again, Maximus, hope you're doing well. Yeah, I mean, you gotta understand, talking about umbrellas and raincoats and stuff. The rainy season here, historically, us living over here on Subic Bay, it's pretty brutal, right? A lot of people walk around with rubber boots on. So the kids are cool with that. Easy, baby, easy now. Oh, big pumpkin. Thank you very much. Did you want to apologize for stressing me out about trying to take the clothes to the laundry?
Yun na ba? May spinner nga. Even spinner na lang.
Yeah, what was I talking about? It's a good call to cancel classes. It's just, some people live in low-lying areas and getting through the water and the kids walking to classes. Sometimes it's better just to call it off. They're used to the rain and stuff, but man, it rained so hard last night and a little piece this morning so hard. I mean, it was raining cats and dogs. Anyhow, let's see. F Calzone, how are you? Bob, good morning to you. Yeah, and Bruce says the electric fan will help the clothes dry quicker. That's true. We only got 2 electric fans. I got one in here in the studio, one on the children. So Big Pumpkin is SOL on a fan. Bob says, I thought you had a maid. Nah, Big Pumpkin does all that type of duty. See, Cano Life, how are you? Hope you're doing well. Benito, Overwatch. Joe, how you doing? Looks like we got the quiet fish up in the chat. Hope you're doing well. Greg checking in from Orlando. Philip, somebody from Vancouver. Boom! Captain Coke coming off the top ropes. Put that on the broadcast there. You need to start drinking again. Those were the best times. Well, they were. And I might be going back to drinking pretty soon here. Everything going on in the world. Why am I so worried about something that'll kill me in 30 years when there's so many things that could kill me today? So I might be going back to just a little bit of sipping on whiskey. A couple beers a night. Nice glass of red wine while I'm barbecuing. Yeah, she needs a spinner. She needs a spinner. It really will help out with drying the clothes. And truth be told, that's all she wants. She really just wants a spinner. Let's see, Matt checking in from Virginia. Hope you're doing well. KC Cool Daddy, Paulie, Aviation Days, David. All right, so if you're just joining me, I'm going through the weather report here, and on that document there that I got from Pagasa, basically is telling me I'm gonna have rain all weekend. If that's an accurate assessment. Now, I'll start the vent report. The V, volcanoes. Let's see what's happening in the volcanoes here. There we go. Let me refresh the page. We'll talk about the current volcano status according to Phil Volks. They're on different levels and stuff. So this is the Mayan volcano. It's at a 2. No big deal. Usually if they're at a 1 or a 2. That one's at a 1. That one's at a 2. A 1. So it's sort of a quiet day on that front as far as the volcanic activity going on. Now let me go over to the next one. Man, that's so far to see. I gotta pull another Fred Sanford. Y'all bear with me for a second here. Where are them volcanoes at? There's the Mayan volcano and the other one. So like Fatima's hometown is sort of like in between these two that act up pretty frequently. There's a list of volcanoes in the Philippines. If anybody's curious, on this list, they've got a total of 24. And then potentially active, inactive. There's your map right there. A lot of good stuff on the PhilVolks website. Okay, let's move right on to earthquake activity, and I'll refresh the screen. Everybody asks, and the question was asked yesterday, did you hear about the earthquake? And when you say that, you have to say which one. Okay, so I won't count them all, but here's starting the 7th, and you come over here to the magnitude, and they'll put in bold the bigger ones, or I think maybe anything over a 4 gets put in bold. But it looks like it's sort of been a quiet day since midnight. What do we got? A 2.5. There's a 3. Do I hear anything higher than a 3? Yep, got a 3.2 right there. Looks like maybe 3.2 winds out since midnight. And of course, yesterday I think we had a 5 point something. Anyhow, I just bring this up briefly just to show you there you go. There's a 4.0 that's bolded from yesterday. There we go, 5.6. So I think the 5.6 won yesterday's earthquake activity. But I just throw that up there to show everybody that, you know, when you say, hey, did you hear about the earthquake? You know, my girl is from this area of the PI. She said there's an earthquake. Usually you don't hear about it because it's just so much activity. You just hear about the big ones. So I'll leave that up there for a second. Aviation Day says, what's going on in Iran? Same shit, different day. Yesterday I admonished DJT not to use the word deal and the word Iran in the same sentence or the same paragraph. It's just best that you don't use those two words together. They don't go together. Go together like a 2-story outhouse. Midnight, how are you? Singapore Dan checking in from Iowa. And again, thanks to everybody for joining us. So that's the quick volcanic and the earthquake report. And then, okay, back to the weather map right there. That's what's going on currently here in the Philippines. So look at that, 22 minutes into it. I think I've got everything covered except for the news. Okay, let me just come over to my one more. We'll refresh here from the Philippine News Agency. Just take a brief trip around, see what's happening in the world. Damn, got to go back to Fred Sanford. Okay. So let's just go here. So my weakens into a low pressure area. Wind signal is lifted. That's as of 6:46 this morning. Obviously a rainy commute. So there you go. Tropical cyclone Mai has weakened. There's no wind signal hoisted on any part of the country, according to Pagasa, according to this article. However, we'll still have some strong to gale force gusts due to the southwest monsoon. And that gale warning is in effect over the seaboard of extreme northern Luzon, while the Habagat is bringing heavy rainfall. So there you go. There's the latest news coming out of the PI, which is pertinent. At least it's pertinent to me as an old single dad, right? Man, all week long the kids ain't been to school. Old lady can't get her clothes to dry. I guess if that's the worst problems that we've had all week, that's a good thing. It's been a good week. Papa Smurf, how are you? Checking in from New York City. Hope y'all are doing well. And Paulie wants to know, is my other hat placed in a safe, secure location in the event of foul weather? Yeah, it's hanging up there on the what do you call that? Curtain rod. The reason I got it up high is because it's out of the reach of Forrest G. Forrest G, a couple weeks ago, I wasn't paying attention to where the hat was at. I just went to get into a backpack. I looked in the backpack and I thought it was one of them brown envelopes stuffed in there, and it wasn't. It was my beloved hat. Forrest G had taken the hat and stuffed it down into the backpack and zipped it up, and I was like, oh my gosh, that thing was crushed. But it popped right back into shape, and he's done the same thing to this hat many a day. But I've got the leather hat that my buddy Benny gave me. It's up there out of his reach. Not really worried about flooding. Worried about Forrest G, Typhoon Forrest G, getting my hat. What's the best pizza in the Subic Bay area? Drum roll, please. We like Shamboli's, Barrio Barreto. Let's see, when will Chicken Bone 6 take flight again? I got to get it out and let me go back, put the map up there. There we go, keep that map up there. I got to get it out. I keep the batteries charged, but when's the last time I flew the thing? Probably when we were living in the bait shack down there, if I had to guess. I get it out every now and then, keep it updated, keep the batteries up, so it's in good condition to fly at a moment's notice. I just haven't got it out. And drones, like the time it takes to set the thing up and launch it and recover it and put it away versus the amount of airtime that you end up including on a video, it's one of those things where mostly the juice is not worth the squeeze. I tell you, if you're gonna buy a drone, don't get one where you got to plug into your cell phone or plug into your iPad or what have you. It just takes too long. It's too many steps. Get you a dedicated controller. If I had a dedicated controller, I would use it a lot more. But the fact that I got to get my phone out, get the app, plug all this stuff in, it's so many steps to getting the thing airborne that it's just a pain in the ass. So, it doesn't get used too much. And then even when you do, again, the time it takes to get that thing in the air versus how much airtime you actually put in a video, I don't want to say it's not worth it. But you see what I mean. Is it an efficient use of your time? Most of the time you can't justify it. Yeah, and it's a great drone. It's the first Mini, the DJI Mini or whatever. It's like 249 grams, so it puts you under most of those rules that are 250 and over. So it keeps you out of trouble. What the Mini does is keep you out of trouble underneath all those regulations. A lot of places that you go. So that little mini drone has done well for me. Footage is great, and it's the original, like the first one that came out. Angelo, how are you? Morning here, raining here, also a thunderstorm. And I forget where you're at. Are you down in Manila? Well, like I said, it rained pretty hard last night. Had a little bit of lightning for about 10 minutes, a brownout. And then again, once I fire up these streams, it's like a weather repellent. So just to give you a look at my frog pond again, what do we got? Just a few sprinkles of rain going on right now here on the beautiful Subic Bay. if you look at the weather map, it looks like we should be getting hammered, but it never seems to correlate. There's your wind speed indicator, the mango tree leaves, basically, and a chicken running across there. Basically, just quieted down. The minute I went live, everything got quiet. That's your weather report. Hey, Roy, how you doing, my friend? Hope you're doing well. All right, and Angelo's in Paranaque City. Man, big pumpkin. Note to self: next time you serve the coffee, hold the baby fly. Gosh, I had the best. That one Yeti coffee mug, the best product, because it's got a nice wide base, big, it doesn't tip over on your desk, and then Big Pumpkin put a hole in the damn thing way back in the day, down there in living in that greenhouse down in her hometown. She was using it to make ice. Took my Yeti cup, made ice, and then taking a knife, gouging the ice out of there, and put a hole in the bottom of the Yeti cup. And I did a video on it. The danger was I didn't realize it initially till you heard water in there in between the walls, which is growing bacteria. I wonder I didn't get deathly ill over that. She ruined my good Yeti coffee mug. Now, my Yeti cup is great too, obviously, but the coffee mug's got that wide base, so it doesn't tip over when it's sitting on your desk. And she destroyed it. So now I gotta watch my coffee, because every now and then a fly will land in there. You take a big old sip and there's some buzzing in your mouth, and you got a fly in your mouth. Stress on Monday here. Alright, let me go around the horn. Let me check all my systems here. Are we still up and running on Kick? The answer appears to be yes. Let me go check out Twitch, see if we're up on Twitch. Everything operating in the green. Refresh the screen. Yeah, it looks like seem to be up and running on Twitch, Kick. It looks like we're still good on YouTube. Got 35 thumbs ups and 1 thumbs down. Certainly appreciate all that. I'll come back over to your comments here. Let's see, it's barely even raining. Why is this big news? Well, I guess the big news is Big Pumpkin complaining about the clothes aren't going to dry. That was my big news of the morning, but I'm wise to her ways. She always complains that the clothes are not going to dry, because she's trying to push me into taking them up to the laundry. I held firm. She went out there, did what she's got to do. Now they're on the clothesline out there. And hopefully it'll be dry enough today that they don't get skunked. I'm feeling lucky. Let's see, Papa Smurf is noticing my artwork, nice artwork behind you in ink on the shelf. Looks like Maria. Well, thank you very much, my friend. Actually, let me lean over this way. That's actually Fatima from a picture. I got a picture on my cell phone of the first day I ever met the old girl. And I said, you know what? I'm going to do you a sketch. I'm going to do you a portrait of that photograph. I don't know if you can tell. I'll have to get it out and get it up closer, but I mean, can't you tell the resemblance to Fatima it's uncanny. And I can understand why you thought that was Maria, because that's Fatima when I first met her, and she was skinny. Now a little bit different due to several years later and some weight gain. She didn't want me to put that on the shelf. I said, why not? It's a masterpiece. You know what I mean? Might get $1 million for that photo one day, for that sketch work there. There you go. Just did that a couple days ago. Hey Peter, how you doing, my friend? Hope you're doing well. And you know, Maria's a big artist. She draws and does crafts every night. She did a sketch of me last night. I'll have to, you know what, next live stream I'll bring her sketchbook. She's very talented. Just loves doing arts and crafts. That's her thing. Got a couple roosters out there crowing. And last night, I don't know what it is, right? I've been complaining about the frogs over in the frog pond. I don't think you can see any. But there's a lot of frogs back there in the frog pond. And lately, those things, I was talking about yesterday, they've been so noisy at night. Just croaking and, I don't know, the mating call or what have you. But they've been so noisy that you can barely sleep. But last night, I don't know if it just rained so damn hard. You didn't hear too many of them last night. I think the frogs actually got flooded out. The rain lets up, they'll go back to being noisy as hell. Yeah, thank you very much. Bob Ross would be proud of the sketch. I think he would. Let me lean over that way again, give you a better view right there. Yeah, we watch Bob Ross a lot. And if you buy a Samsung TV, the TV comes with like its own channels, own programming. Got everything from movies to, the whole 9 yards. Well, one of the channels on the Samsung TV is Bob Ross. It's like 24-hour non-stop Bob Ross. So we watch a lot of Bob Ross. Maria loves watching it too. We watched a documentary on Bob Ross about Bob Ross, and he interviewed his son on there. And I don't want to say, I guess it's a subjective, but it just seems in the way the documentary portrayed Bob Ross's business partners pretty much screwed him. I guess I better not talk too much because they sue everybody that says anything bad about him. But I guess when Bob Ross went down, his son didn't get nothing. And something about he was trying to paint. They were suing him over using his own name. It's a mess. Absolute mess. And again, that's as far as I better go talking about Bob Ross, or I get sued too. All right, go back up to your comments here. Got 39 thumbs ups, 1 thumbs down. Let's see, Midnight Alchemist checking in from Nana Emo. I hope I say that right. Lanes Away, how are you? Yeah, if you're just joining me, that's a quick weather report. They got that, Typhoon Dolphin, which is north of here. I guess right now it's impacting the southern islands of Japan. This tropical storm Mai that is played out into a low pressure area. And let me throw my disclaimer out there, folks. I'm not a weatherman. I'm not a meteorologist. Don't let the uniform fool you. I just play one here on YouTube for your entertainment purposes. But I can tell you, just been raining here all week. Kids been out of school. Got a little sprinkling rain going on right now, and maybe a little bit of sunshine trying to peek out. Not too bad of a weather at this particular moment going on here on the beautiful Subic Bay. But if you look at the reports from Pagasa, it looks like we're going to get rain all weekend long. Yeah, does Maria do her drawings freehand? Yeah, she does. And she does everything, sketches to drawings to paint. Just that's what she loves to do. You saw the previous video. I sent them up there. Said, hey, everybody buy 1,000 pesos worth of school supplies. I'm tired of hearing about it. Ain't got no pens or pencils or paper. Maria comes back with 1,000 pesos worth of craft stuff for the house. That's what she did. That's what she spent her money on. I don't know why these flies like my coffee so much, but they love my coffee. I guess it's the brown sugar. What else is going on in the world? What else is going on? We were talking about Iran for a second there earlier. I think it's just the same stuff, different day. That's why I really haven't fired up a stream to talk about it. It's just the same shit, different day over there. Ain't nothing changed. Ain't nothing gonna change if he keeps up on the same path. Alright, I'm gonna put my Fred Sanford glasses on here. Check everything. Alright, got 73 folks here now on the old YouTube. Thank y'all very much for tuning in. And again, looks like we're running good on Kick, running good on Twitch. I got 26 followers on Twitch now, and I can't see exactly on Kick. I think it's about the same thing. So I want to thank everybody who went over there, who's watching from over there. I certainly appreciate you being here. Refresh that screen. Zoom in just a little bit there. Again, all the rain that we're getting here in this area, according to Pagasa, it's all coming from the southwest monsoon, the Habagat. So that's the latest weather advisory coming from Pagasa, issued at 5 a.m. this morning on August the 7th. And just quick recap, if you're here on Subic Bay, the Zambales area, 100 to 200 millimeters of rain for today and tomorrow and Sunday. That's the prediction right there. Comes straight from the real weather people over there. And then we'll refresh on this weather bulletin to see if anything else has been put out. But basically, my former tropical storm has weakened into a low pressure area. There we go right there. Obviously rough seas up to 4.5 meters up there on Batanes, these islands that are north of Luzon up here. And again, folks, everybody's got their favorite weather sources, where you get your weather source. If I just want the down and dirty meat and potatoes, I just go to these 3 tabs from Pagasa. And I've learned to sort of read their graphs and everything, and this is where I go to now. Just go to this severe weather bulletin. I forget to put them down in the description. But if there is some type of tropical storm, tropical cyclone, it'll be on this bulletin. And Then the weather advisory here about the rainfall, and then I call it their local version of the Windy app, but it's panahan.gov.ph. I go to those three things right there, and I'm always in the know. Let's see, Roy's talking about DJT signed an executive order on birthright citizenship. Yeah, I'm not really up on that. I just saw the headline, and I knew they'd been talking about that. So I'm not exactly tracking on all the facts and what it says. And what I was talking about yesterday is not to bore everybody with the Fauci stuff and the gain of function stuff, but a couple weeks ago they put out some guidance on, basically put the Wabash on gain of function research. And then, of course, about 10 days later, you got Fauci going in there and pleading the fifth. But I was more tracking on that. I'm not really up on what's going on with the birthright citizenship. Which, has that really ever made any sense? That people just show up in a country, pop out a kid, and now the kid is, what do they call them, anchor babies? And now you got a U.S. citizen, and in 18 or 20 years they can petition to bring their whole family over. I don't know if anybody ever thought that was a great idea. Does that really make sense? Because obviously that loophole has been, what's the word, exploited. In travels around the world, you go to these other countries, and they think the U.S. is absolutely insane for giving away citizenship like the U.S. does. Just start traveling around. A lot of y'all do, but you know what I'm talking about. You go and talk to people and government officials and people in other countries, and they think the U.S. is insane for giving away citizenship. That's their opinion. I guess this would be a question. The question would be, what is the easiest country in the world for an outsider to gain citizenship in? The answer would probably have to be the United States of America. If anybody goes to anybody else's country and tries to get citizenship, how long does it take, and how much money do you have to spend, and how many hoops do you have to jump through, and how many outsiders do they allow, per year to become citizens? The easiest path to citizenship has to be coming to the USA without pulling up the research. That's just off the top of my head. What other country can you go and get citizenship as easy as you can in the United States? Sitting here listening to some 80s music. I tell you, you walk into the crib over here, there's about a 99% chance we listening to 80s music. Well, 80s music, country music, 60s, 70s, but a lot of 80s music gets played around here. bit so you can see. I think that's dolphin, right? I haven't been tracking on this weather all week long until yesterday's live stream. I know it's raining, what have you. Fatima will always just say, "Oh, they have typhoon." If it's a lot of rain out, oh, they have typhoon. Sort of like if the power goes out here, oh, it's a brownout. I really haven't been paying attention. Let's see, Dan checking in from, or Dan says Canada. Let's see, Roy says new August 6 orders take a narrower approach, targeting birth tourism. Yeah, I mean, how is? Let's just use the Chinese. Chinese show up, churn out some kids. Now they got U.S. citizens. I mean, how has that ever been a wonderful idea? When anywhere else, it's not reciprocal. You know what I mean? Again, all these countries around the world, they just think we're fools for giving away citizenship like we do. Let's see, Daily, how are you? Hope you're doing well. Now somebody, since there's not much rain going on, the minute I fire up the stream, the rain's sort of dies down. There's pretty much no wind going on. So not an outstanding, exciting weather report. So with that said, somebody said what's going on in Iran. And what I have is these tabs pulled up, right? You know, these different windows full of tabs. So like the tabs that you've been seeing, that's my Philippine weather report, the volcano tab, all that stuff, right? Just pull those tabs up. Well, it's easy for me just to replace those with the Strait of Hormuz and the doom and gloom tabs here. So let me get my glasses on and we'll just go around the horn since somebody asked what's going on in Iran. Let's just see. We hit some refreshing going on here. We'll pull up CENTCOM, we'll pull up the Iranian foreign minister. Just refresh these tabs. And one thing that's sort of interesting is I don't know if I still got it pulled up, but they Twitter banned the one news source from the IRGC. Which I don't think is a good idea. I mean, it's always good to hear and to read and see what the opposition is putting out. If you ban them, now you can't see what their perspective is and what the hell they're putting out. Pull up the marine traffic. Get everything refreshed. So let's see how this looks over there. Does that look okay? All right, there you go. So now, boom, just like that, I got all my tabs pulled up from talking about Iran. So here you go, the foreign minister. Let's see what this guy's put out. Anything interesting? Talking about Egypt being a partner. Earthquake, nothing too interesting from him. So let's go over to CENTCOM, see what CENTCOM's put out. "8 hours ago, As of August 6th, CENTCOM has redirected 49 commercial vehicles, disabled 2 and boarded 2. Okay, nothing earth-shattering there. Just looks like they're just putting out updated what's going on in the world tweets. We come over to travel, all the travel advisories from the State Department, see what they're putting out here recently. Did you know your U.S. passport has a QR code on it? Yada, yada, yada. There's a weather alert over Japan, which we've been talking about the weather. Slow moving, passing directly over parts of Okinawa. So obviously they're getting ready or dealing with the storm. There's a natural disaster alert in Guatemala. And a security alert for Cuba. Let's see if the Ayatollah has tweeted anything out recently, or whoever is on his account. Nothing new there. Here you go, right here. This is the Tasnin News, whatever they call it, which is basically, I mean, all these news sources coming out of Iran. They're controlled by the IRGC, but Twitter suspended their account. And again, I just don't see how that's a good idea. You want to know what they're putting out and what their perspective on things is. So we can come over to their website and see if the website will load, because when they suspended this, the website was getting jammed for a while. Looks like it's back up. That's what they're putting out right there. Doesn't look like anything or any talk about negotiations or a deal with the U.S. Looks like the absolute opposite. Here's another news source. See if they put out anything interesting from the Iranian perspective. Yep, they're wonderful. Iran and China to expand strategic trade and transit cooperation. Wonderful. And again, all this is there from their perspective. So it doesn't look like anything coming out of Iran talking about they want to make a deal with DJT or they're near to a deal. This is the Mayor News Agency. Iran and Oman are making headway in negotiations to establish safe shipping corridors, focusing on transit routes. Doesn't seem to be anything about a deal with DJT. Let's check their website. Seems that DJT is still negotiating with himself. So let's come on down to Al Jazeera and see what they have to say. According to Trump, it's going to end pretty soon. How many times have we heard this? So while DJT keeps using the word deal and Iran in the same fucking sentence, you've got the Iranians going in the opposite direction, just doubling down. Doesn't seem to be any talk of a deal coming out of Iran. So here we go. Put that up there right there. Iran's military fires at targets near Hormuz as U.S. talks remain in limbo. And you come on down here and listen to DJT. Keep saying a deal could be reached soon. We've been hearing that since February. So there you go. Let's just check the Gulf News. Trump says the war's got to end pretty soon. So there you go. That's just a quick around the horn. What's going on over there? Same shit, different day. Ain't nothing new. Like I said yesterday, Trump needs to quit using the word Iran and the word deal in the same sentence. Because it's just silliness. Hey Samuel, how you doing, my friend? Thank you very much for checking in and the thumbs ups. F. Calzone says Trump will end the Iran war when Fauci goes to prison. Now, a couple live streams ago, I was talking about Fauci and gain of function and vaccine and all that stuff, and one of the reasons I did it, number one, was to vent, number two, for the record, and number three, to see what YouTube was going to do when you talk about that stuff now. And again, knock on wood, going on 3 days now, video is just normal. It hasn't got demonetized or limited ads or any damn warnings posted on it. It's like, wow, all of a sudden, now you can talk about this shit that we couldn't talk about for years without some type of repercussions. Again, either demonetized, limited ads, warnings, what have you. But I'm knocking on wood. Check it this morning. Nope. No repercussions about talking about Fauci, using those keywords. You could actually say the word COVID and talk bad about vaccines now. I don't know how long that's going to last, but that's just my experience with the 2 live streams ago, testing the Google squirrels to see what they would do, how they would suppress it. I knew it wasn't going to get a lot of views. They're not going to push it. That's obvious. I was just assuming that it would, have some type of repercussions on the back end. And so far, nope. Or is that true? The Bulacan softball team is playing in the World Series? Don't know nothing about it. Man, how many years has it been since I watched a baseball or a softball game? Over a decade. Yeah, so exactly. We all know what's happened over the years, the censorship, and you had to cut back. You had to slow it down as much as you wanted to say. You had to watch what you say. You had to cut it back. It wasn't doing you any good to talk about that subject. Overall, trying to run a YouTube channel. But again, it seems like they've tweaked that algorithm and said, all right, let people talk about it now. Steve checking in from New Zealand. How you doing? Then Mike says Fauci's pardon only protects him from federal prosecution, not state. Several states have already filed subpoenas on him. Didn't they have a vote yesterday to hold him in contempt that narrowly passed that Senate committee? The guy's 85 years old. I mean, this is my standpoint at this point. The guy's 85 years old. His reign of terror is over. Not giving him a free pass for everything he did, but his reign of terror is over. His legacy ends with him being, I plead the fifth parrot. You know what I mean? Just start making them dolls. Pull his chain, and he says, I plead the fifth. Pull his chain. He says, that's the end of him, his legacy. He's 85 years old. Do we really want to spend one penny of your money or my money to do anything to this dude? They do these things because they already steal our money. But if they pass the plate around and say, hey, who wants to contribute to dealing with this 85-year-old man. I don't want to throw any more money. It's like throwing good money after bad. I think at this point we just need the information. We need the dude. Not that he's ever going to tell the truth. Of course he's not. But the information would be nice. The lessons learned. The ground truth. What happened. How it happened. Why it happened. Who was involved. But as far as I'm concerned, he's done. His legacy has been cemented. His crimes against humanity, at least from my standpoint, will not be forgotten. His participation in it. He's just one person. He's just one person in this cog of those in power who participated in these crimes against humanity during that period. He's just the face right now. Yeah, no. I mean, I might wake up tomorrow and that video be limited ads or get demonetized. I mean, truly, I was thinking that's what would happen to it, because that's what's happened to every one of them in the past. I mean, everybody knows it. You couldn't say it. You couldn't say certain keywords. We had to talk in code. You had to change the titles. Due to the Google squirrels suppressing free speech, censorship. But to their credit, my little test video 2 days ago is still holding strong. You know? All right, okay. If Calzone says they should make Fauci go live in China. Mike says yes, he was held in contempt. Steve Bannon and the former trade advisor Peter Navarro went to jail for the same. Yeah, and you or I would have never left that room. We would have been taken into custody until we talked. But the world's not fair. The world ain't never fair. People like Fauci and fucking Hillary Clinton, they get away with everything. The world ain't fair. Let's see. I know. Good morning to you, my friend. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, so is the juice worth the squeeze trying to screw with this 85-year-old dude who's no longer a threat? I mean, he's done. He's credibility gone, legacy cemented as I plead the fifth parrot. I just don't want to spend any more money on the guy. You know what I mean? You got to spend money to do all these things, and who pays for it? Who pays for all of those senators to sit in that room and yak him? It comes out of our tax money, paying their salaries, paying all these helpers, paying the light bill, running up the air conditioner running up the light bill there. I don't want to spend not one penny on the dude. He's done. Yeah, CCP still owes me a lot of money. It's still accruing interest too. Still waiting on Xi Jinping to get me a ring. Ask for my bank account number. But hey Z, my PayPal link's down in the description, man. But the point of the video a couple days ago, it is nice at this point. It seems that we can freely discuss it without worrying about losing our damn YouTube account or getting the shit censored or banned or getting spanked or some type of community guideline. It seems like at this point And I purposely pressed the envelope a little bit with the keywords. It seems like it's okay now, which is a good thing. But if you didn't catch that stream, there's all these old videos out there. And the videos that I've watched, I watched them years ago, but they're still up there. They're from like 12, 13 years ago. Old ass videos on the NIH YouTube channel where they're just talking freely about gain of function. They're discussing like the ethics. Should we be doing it? Should we not be doing it? It wasn't a question of are they doing it. It was like common knowledge. Of course they're doing it. Of course they're funding it. All the information is out there, and then to have this guy sort of stand up like, oh, no, we didn't. Like, dude, really? Really? The information is there. You're at a fucking conference talking about this. It wasn't a big secret. Like, one of the problems was anything that they funded on their research was public knowledge. Fauci said himself, anything that we funded, it wasn't classified. We assumed, you took it for granted that the information was going to be made public. It was going to be published. So that was one of the issues that they were talking about during this conference. Should this information, all this information and research be made public? That was one of the issues they were discussing. And then, 10 years later, for him to start backpedaling about gain of function and trying to lie about it, like, dude, you all you had to do was come out and say, hey, this is commonplace. This is what we're doing. This is how we do it. This is why we do it. Why do government employees lie? That's what government employees do. When they get in trouble, they circle the wagons. They fucking lie. They're covering their ass. CYA. It's the way it works. Sling Blade, how you doing? Freshly relocated to North Carolina. All right, man. Hope everything's going well in North Carolina. And I believe you were in South Carolina, so you just went north a little bit. Hope everything's going well there. Spent a couple years in North Carolina before I punched out over here to Southeast Asia. Had a great time there. Folks, if you're just joining me, let me put my weather tab back up here. See, just like that, I can move the Iran tabs out of the way because there ain't nothing new to talk about there. DJT still negotiating with himself, or if he is talking to somebody over there, it's not the IRGC who's in control, so he's wasting his time. And we'll go back to the weather here in the Philippines. There's the what do they call this up here? What is that? Was Typhoon Dolphin or what have you? Not impacting us down here. We've got this low pressure area, which was Tropical Storm Mai, and then we've got the southwest monsoon down here bringing us some rain. But again, when I fire up the stream, the damn weather immediately clears up. Take a look at the Frog Pond. I don't even know if there's 1 or 2 drops hitting the Frog Pond right now. I mean, it's almost as if the rain has stopped. So there you go. That's your current rainfall gauge here on the beautiful Subic Bay. It basically ain't nothing happening. Look out the front. How's the winds? Winds are calm. I'd say about 0 kilometers per hour. Looks like the sun might be trying to peek out a little bit. I might actually get out of the house today. So what me and Big Pumpkin are talking about, I don't know if I've left the house in 2 or 3 weeks. Between dealing with Montezuma's revenge for a while and now the rain. But I'm on the comeback trail. And hopefully next week the rain will stop. My perception says let it snow. But you know what? People will question, man, why are you wearing that leather jacket? It's hot in the Philippines. It ain't been hot around here. It's been exactly the opposite. This morning, they were out there. It was cold this morning. Especially they're out there doing that laundry. They were out there freezing. It's been cool here, on the verge of cold. It's been like mountain weather. It's been like Baguio weather here due to the rain. It's been cool. This is real coffee. Real coffee. And I think Kenny, shout out to you, man. I think you're the one who told me that they did have real coffee at the Walmart. Big Pumpkin went up there and tracked it down. They ground up the beans right in front of her. So I got real coffee now. I haven't been drinking that 3-in-1. Never been here to the Philippines. You order coffee. Usually it's I describe it like hot chocolate from America, but different flavor. It's just a packet of sugar and powder. Brewed coffee is not the standard here. The standard coffee, it ain't real coffee. It's just a packet of sugar. So I do got some real coffee now. Now that coffee machine is running up my light bill, but it's worth it. Yeah, it's nice. It's nice. But they like drinking that coffee every morning. They take their pandesal and dip it down in there. Coffee and bread, that's what they like to do. Let's see, Big Willie's, good morning. Nah, she better not be out buying no dryer. I just put her in a brand new dryer. Brand new clothesline underneath the carport there. She's got a new dryer, brand new. Check out that video. Guitar Jams, how you doing? Yeah, it looks like the disaster going on in the USA and the world. Yeah, my electric bill has went up every month since we got here. Started out with $21 and went up to what, 39? Last one was 45. 45 US dollars. I'm creeping up on $50 a month on our light bill, and we don't got no air conditioner. We don't got no refrigerator, no washing machine, no dryer. How the heck does the thing keep going up? The only thing I figured, y'all chimed in. When I'm doing these live streams, I got that TV going. Let me count the screens I got going. 1, 2, 3, 4, plus 3 cameras, a light. I got a lot of electricity going on during this live stream, believe it or not. And maybe that's what happened. Just running the TV more hours a day, running all of this electronic equipment more hours of the day. It's creeped up to $45 a month. Yeah, if I get to 50, it's going to be stressful. Look, when you open up a $21 a month light bill, your light bill is $21, you're just laughing. I was laughing. I'm still laughing about it. I was laughing the whole month because I thought the next bill would be 19. I was going to laugh all the way to the bank. But, it was the thrill of victory, and then I got hit with the agony of defeat when I got that $39 bill the next month. It wasn't funny then. Now I'm up to 45. I ain't laughing no more. 21, you just laugh about that shit, right? Let's see. Mike says maybe I got that cyclospore bug. Ain't no telling. I've been over here a long time, and here in the PI, my stomach just most of the time stays in a state of disarray. And then I go home to Thailand, and within 24 hours, boom, it's cleared up. Come back over here, within 24 hours, it's back to being in a state of disarray. just the way it is. Frog legs are a delicacy for Cajuns. Do they sell them in the markets? If they do, I don't never see them. I'm not going to say they don't, but I don't know if I've ever seen the first person eat frogs here. Maybe I have in my travels when I was drinking and don't remember. But Big Pumpkin ain't interested in eating no frog. So nobody I know here is interested in them frogs. I told her, I said, hey, make a great video. Let's go back out at night in the frog pond back there, gig some frogs, cook them up. She not interested in either the hunting trip or cooking the frogs or eating the frogs. She's not interested in that. KC Cool Daddy, how you doing? Rico, how are you? Big Willie says he's in Thailand now. All right, man. Hope everything's going well on your trip. Left your aircon on in Angeles. Man, you gonna have a $200 light bill. Chris, good morning to you. Checking in from Daewoo. How's the weather over there? Give us an updated weather report from Angeles City. Boots on the ground. While you're typing out the weather report from Daewoo, anybody just joining us, that's the rainfall here on Subic Bay. If you're just joining us, take a look at the frog pond. There's not much going on. It was rocking and rolling this morning. Last night, heavy rain, a little bit of brownout, 5-10 minutes of lightning. But right now, it's nice weather. Starting to maybe get a little bit of sunshine poking out there. There's your winds. Winds are calm at about 0 kilometers per hour. Here we go. Pretty much quiet here. Like I said, it rained so hard last night, even the frogs were quiet. F. Calzone says I should do an eating challenge where Filipinos have to eat things they don't like, and the winner gets 1K. Well, I keep talking about the chicken feet eating contest. Now, they love eating chicken feet. The main contenders are Big Pumpkin versus Janice versus John Paul. 3 heavyweights. I just got to get everybody on the same schedule and get it scheduled out. And really what I need is one of them big, huge woks like we used to have. They're aluminum. I don't like that. But it's a huge wok so I can cook, multiple kilograms of chicken feet at the same time. I got to get my shit together so I can run that contest. I plan to do it live. But F. Calzone is suggesting an eating challenge about stuff they don't like. That would be interesting because Filipinas, in my experience, I don't want to generalize everybody, that's not fair, but everybody who has filtered through my life, I mean everybody, girlfriends, their family members, my friends, they are not culinary adventurous. They don't like to try new shit. They're not impressed if you go over to their house and cook up your dish from your country. They're not interested in that. They want to cook their flavors, the template, the way they want to cook it. Don't screw with it, and everybody will have a good time. That's my personal experience. They're not interested in the way I cook things. They don't want to try it. They don't give a shit about my flavors. So that would be interesting because they're not down with fucking with the template. You know what I mean? Magic syrup, soy sauce, salt, the MSG don't fuck with the template. So yeah, you come in there with, you could come in there with just, with the regular dish. But if it's outside that template, half of them ain't gonna like it. But if you put money on it, well, that's a different story. All right, Big Willie says he's going to the Muay Thai fight. You have a great time, my friend. Which one you going to? And Jeff says, dude, is super spicy. Now that might be interesting because they love chicken feet, but they don't love spicy. So just keep increasing the spice on the chicken feet and see who can go the distance. Yeah, that's it. Mike just said it. I've discussed it many times throughout the years, well, on a routine basis, because it's part of everyday life. You take Filipinas out to a damn pizza place, they order chicken and rice. You take them to a hamburger place, they order chicken and rice. It will piss you off to no end because your objective is to show everybody an adventure, something new, show them a good time, something they've never seen before or ate before, and they're going to order chicken and rice. It pisses you off. It's a little bit disrespectful. But that's what happens. You just got to understand it. Check out hundreds of past videos. Try to take them out to eat hamburgers and fries. They're looking at the Filipino food. Take them to Italian, same shit. Take them to Mexican. They're looking at the Filipino menu. And that's so much different than my Thai wife or my Thai ladies. Okay? They'll try anything. All my Thai women, my Thai wife, they'll try anything. You take them to a buffet, they're going to try every dish at the buffet. That don't mean they're going to like everything, but if I took my Thai wife to a Chinese buffet and there was 49 dishes, she's gonna get food from all 49 dishes and try it. This one in here, go straight for the rice, big old plate of rice, and then one or two familiar meats. So out of 49 dishes, she's gonna eat 3. And it's frustrating. It'll piss you off until you just finally just give up and say, you know what? That's not what they want to do. So why force them? You don't want to try new food? Okay, I'm tired of trying to show you new stuff. Just order your damn chicken and rice. I'll eat what I want to eat, and that's it. But I think the frustration for us is like, hey, I want to take you out to Italian. Let's go to Italian. Okay? Let's go to Mexican. Let's go to... And it's about the atmosphere. The atmosphere of taking your wife out to a nice Italian restaurant. Get some lasagna. Some fettuccine alfredo. And she's over there looking at the fucking chicken and rice. It'll piss you off. Okay, Big Willies. Alright, so you're going to Lumpini. My first trip to Thailand, that's one of the places I ended up. Was over there at that boxing stadium. My first trip. It was wonderful. So yeah, you'll have a great time. Haven't been there to Lumpini in a while. Alright, see, go around the horn. I got 71 thumbs up, so I got 1 thumbs down. Thank y'all very much. I always like to try to break 100. It's got to make the Google squirrels happy. They like them thumbs ups. Okay, good point. Filipinos don't understand real Italian food. They like that Jollibee spaghetti. Well, that's a good point. Now I'm not blaming Big Pumpkin. If you grow up eating a certain flavor, the Filipino style spaghetti, as it's called, it's real sweet. It's not spaghetti that anybody else in the world will recognize. But that's what she grew up eating. That's her perception of what spaghetti is. It's not my perception. So, okay, if she has the choice, they're going to get the Filipino style spaghetti. But at times I'm like, no, I don't want to eat that. Get the Italian style. What happens just last week? That pissed me off. Get the Italian style. She makes the spaghetti. I take one bite. I'm like, how much damn sugar did you put into this? Well, it was too sour. So basically, she took the Italian sauce and turned it into Filipino style and ruined my meal. They don't care. She don't care. It's about her taste. That's just the way it is. I'm like, you just defeated the purpose of getting the Italian style where we can eat Italian style tonight. It didn't taste right, so she turned it into Filipino style by adding a ton of sugar. So if I want to have spaghetti, Italian style spaghetti, I have to cook it. I have to cook it and make sure they're nowhere around screwing with the sauce. And am I complaining? Well, I got to keep it real, ground truth. A lot of y'all out there, chatting some chick online, you're coming here for the first time, or you're marrying a girl, or whatever. These are your frustrations. There will always be a conflict over the food. A constant conflict. There you go, Steve. Took the Filipina to Texas Roadhouse last night in Makati. I ordered a New York strip. She ordered chicken and rice. There you go. They're never going to change. A lot of people hit me up. Why don't you cook steaks? Why don't you cook hamburgers on the grill? They're not interested. They're not interested in a steak. They don't want a steak. Occasionally she'll eat a hamburger, but occasionally. But you can go back and watch the videos where I got those steaks from the market, and we had them on the grill over there in her village. And everybody in the village and they were pissing me off because they were gathered around trying to make sure that the fucking steak didn't touch the pork chop or the chicken or the fish, whatever else we had on the grill. We had a bunch of stuff on the grill. But the reason they were all looking is because they wanted to make sure that the steak didn't touch their meat. And you wanted to just take everything and throw it in the fucking sugar cane and say, hey, y'all fix your own fucking meal. That's how much it was pissing me off. Hey, dude, what's the big deal if that steak touches the pork chop? Huge deal to them. So that's just an example right there. That'll frustrate you. Hey, we're at a steakhouse. Baby, I'm taking you to a steakhouse. Try something on the menu related to the theme, to the atmosphere. Nope, chicken and rice. Let's see. Hey, Ron, how you doing? Lunch in the Philippines with local friends. I served Caesar salad, fresh romaine with homemade dressing and fried chicken. Yeah, my guest got a long face. That's it. Chicken and rice. There you go. Mike says the same thing. Yeah, it just don't change. Spaghetti or pizza mixed with bagaon. I'm sure somebody does it somewhere. Photo Dave, how are you? Looking like the Godfather talking about Italian style. Perfect. Vinny, don't put too many onions in the sauce. I didn't put too many onions, Paulie. I put 3 small onions. Yeah, and I'm leaving out the hot dogs in the local spaghetti. It's just sugary hot dog, like the sauce. I guess it's because of all the sugar. It's like a sticky sauce. But again, it's all about, your perspective. If you grew up eating that, that's what's normal and that's what you crave. I grew up eating peas and cornbread. I could eat that every meal, where most people can't because you didn't grow up eating peas and cornbread like I did. Yeah, that's the thing about Thailand. You want great food in Thailand, all you got to do is walk to the corner. You don't got to hunt it down. Here, you got to hunt it down. Big difference. No, they're not interested in me cooking beef. And, I know that's very difficult to understand for us Americans, my American friends. They're not interested in beef here. Exactly the opposite as I just described. I think the only, Big Pumpkin will eat a hamburger occasionally, but not a steak. And she's not interested in me cooking hamburgers on the grill. It's just every now and then she likes that Duke burger. She calls it the duck burger. She likes the Duke burger from over at Sitting Bull. But I don't know if I could get anybody in the village to eat a hamburger. Other than her sister, the younger folks. But again, you take them to McDonald's, they're not going to order a cheeseburger and fries. It's chicken and rice, chicken and spaghetti and rice. Yeah, there's no telling. I've been over here a lot, a long time. Put my stomach just, sometimes it's good, most of the time it's not. It's just in a state of disarray. Go home to Thailand within 24 hours, cured. I'm fine the whole time I'm there. And folks, I eat the most spiciest food that anybody could ever eat. My mouth is watering right now just talking about spicy food. When I'm in Thailand, I'm eating stuff so spicy that the locals can't even handle it, and my stomach's fine. But the PI, different story. Now, Paulie brings up a good point. I don't trust the beef there because it's not a fast-moving product. That is a very good point. It's a slow-moving product. And I also question that too. The turnover is not like, getting chicken or pork, right? It's daily. That beef, you just sit there and watch. Ain't many people going over there saying, hey, give me a couple of steaks for tonight. Let's see, Ronald, how you doing? Going wonderful, my friend. Rain's let up. See a few patches of sunshine over there. So weather's beautiful at this particular moment in time. There's a rainfall right there. Basically not much going on. It's nice and cool here. All is well. Yeah, Mike says try the Australian ground beef. Yeah, and it's just one of those things where, another reason why you end up not buying it is just because you're cooking for yourself. You know, I mean, when I first moved to Thailand, that was like the end of eating beef for the most part, just the way it was. And then come over here, it's even to the extreme. So if you go out and buy a steak, whatever, you're cooking for yourself. What I need to do is start cooking more hamburgers on the grill. Because the thing about the kids, if you put these options out there, for example, if I serve hamburger and fries, they're gonna engage. But if you put hamburger, fries, chicken, and rice, they're going to eat the fries, but they'll gravitate towards the chicken and rice too. They'll eat fries and chicken. If you take away those options, the kids will engage. But Filipinas, not so much. Ronald says he made a pot of pinto beans with ham and dumplings and a cast iron skillet full of cornbread. Man, oh man, I wish I had that sitting in front of me right now. See, Guitar Jam says Australian beef doesn't have all that stuff in it like in the USA. Yeah, good old America. Ain't no telling what they put in that stuff nowadays. Ain't no telling. Alright, go around the horn here. Up to 77 thumbs up for this stream. Thank y'all very much. I got 2 thumbs downs. Thank y'all for those as well. Looks like we've been live for an hour and 42 minutes hanging out on today's show. Started out the stream with Big Pumpkin finishing up her laundry operations after trying to strong arm me into taking the laundry up to the laundry shop. And her reasoning is, oh, it's too much rain, the clothes won't dry. Well, sometimes that's true, but with my new drying system underneath the carport, it's what the neighbors do, and it seems to work and not skunk the clothes. I guess I better knock on wood. If the clothes get skunked, then you have no choice. You got to take them up there, wash, dry, fold. I'm out about $10. Takes a big bite out of my wallet for the day. Let's see, Guitar Jam's talking about cattle herd is even smaller now in the USA. Yeah, I was looking at some stuff a while back on that. Pushing towards the imports and so many things in America just don't make no sense. It's like we Americans are our own worst enemy. Just keep shooting ourselves in the foot. I'll refresh the screen here on our technology, see if anything is updated or changed on the weather that's going on here in the PI. But again, we're not really impacted by this. I think that's Typhoon Dolphin. I guess it was. I wasn't really paying attention when that thing headed this way. Right down here, this is what's left over of Tropical Storm Mai Mai. It's headed this direction. It's headed the wrong way for some reason. And of course, our rain is coming basically from the southwest monsoon, the Habagat. But right now, I could be out on a Red Horse 6 riding up and down the roads right now. No problem. Let's see, Living Blank, good morning. When I lived in the Philippines, my health declined. I'm just getting it back in line. I avoid carbs and sugar. They are bad for your health. Okay, so when you lived here, so I'm assuming you're back in the U.S. and just getting health back in line. I'm glad to hear that you're getting better, my friend. Yeah, Chris says too much chemicals added in our veggies, fruits, and meats. You know, when Big Pumpkin sees chickens, on videos from America, you're used to seeing the chickens here. And we look at videos or a movie or whatever, you see these chickens in America, they're huge. They're huge compared to the chickens here, right? Well, all the damn steroids and the vitamins and all this shit they put in their feed to make them huge. And, places like this, you're not getting all those additives because it costs money. That's like one of the positives to a place like this is like if anything costs money, you can pretty much guarantee it ain't in there. Does that make sense? So all those chemicals and stuff that is being put in shit in America, we're not subjected to most of that. Why? Because it costs money. People are not going to invest in that. So look at a chicken in America, right? The thing looks like it's fucking huge. Then look at a chicken here. Huge difference. The chickens that we buy here, I guess this is a good example. You buy a chicken here, it's like a rotisserie chicken that you get at Publix that's already cooked, right? It's like that's the size difference. And the chickens that you're used to buying they're twice as big as what we get here. Why? There's this thing called vitamins and steroids, I reckon. Let's see. Oh Nelly, how are you? Checking in from California. And thank you very much. Reporting the sound is clear. Well, let me ask that question. I went in and I tweaked the microphone a bit. I thought it was like too much treble, and I tried to put a little bass into it. Let me know how it sounds. Anybody who's used to listening, today is a little bit different. I added a little bit of bass to the microphone. And again, I use this particular mic because this is the best one at drowning out everything else in the environment. Okay, so Living Blank says, okay, yes, I'm back in the USA with my Filipina wife. I run daily and go to the gym. I feel like I'm 20 and in my 50s. Okay, all right, so y'all are back in the US. And again, go back to your earlier comment. When I lived in the Philippines, my health declined, and I'm just getting back in line. So I guess the question is, the curiosity is, and you don't have to answer anything, but like, why do you think your health declined while you were here? If that's something you can talk about, do you think it was the lifestyle, or partying too much, drinking too much, the diet, or just has nothing to do with that? Because I'll just offer my perspective, right? Unless you want to spend foreign guy money, the biggest challenge for me here, living here, is the food. Let me just come out and fucking say it, okay? You don't move here for the food. You move to a place like Thailand for the food, all right? Can you get good food here? Well, obviously, but you're going to spend foreign guy money. Contrast that to Thailand. I'm spending local money and eating the best food in the world. It's a huge difference in that environment versus here. You can get good food here, but you're not going to walk to any corner and get it. You got to hunt it down, and you got to pay foreign guy prices most of the time. And that's my personal opinion. See, Lanes Away says less echo today. All right, thank you very much for the input. The video, in filmmaking or doing this, the video is much easier to dial in than the audio. The audio is always the challenge. Audio is always the challenge. It's much more important than the video, and for me, it's always the challenge. Let's see, DeMarcus, how are you? You should add a red clown nose to your costume. Man, if I can find one, I'll do that on tomorrow's show. I'll wear that damn thing the whole time. It's alright, man. Don't you think this is an accident? This is all engineered. It's all engineered, my friend. Let's see. I know what's my favorite food. Okay, well, one thing that I do like here is panda salt. Dude comes around on the cart. Carts, I don't want to say parked on every corner, but the panda salt is the local. It's like a fresh roll, and like 5 pesos each. Is it 5 pesos each? Anyhow, we got 2 guys on the cart. Comes by the crib every morning. You just flag them down, get a sack of hot rolls. Very delicious. It's fresh out of the oven. There you go. That's my favorite food, is the panda salt. You go to the little bakeries, they got all kind of tasty pastries and stuff, little bread, all kind of different stuff, but the freshness is the panda salt. I could eat panda salt with every meal. It's just like a fresh roll straight out of the oven. Absolutely delicious. I don't like the ones with the cheese because it's not real cheese. Get the Malunggay panda salt without the cheese. Delicious. There you go. Papa Smurf says audio and video on time. Thank you very much, my friend. Thank you. Again, I just tweaked a little bit of bass into this particular microphone. Yeah, if you've got, I tell you what, if you've got like real butter at the crib and some real cheese and jelly or jam, and that dude comes by with the panda salt, man, you're in heaven. Or some bacon or what have you. So that's probably my favorite thing, and that's what I would say I partake of on a weekly basis, is the panda salt. L McGee, how you doing? Just watched I stole my wife's 1 peso coins and went drinking. Oh, Shakira, yeah, that was a beautiful girl. What he's talking about, folks, is a video I did years ago. We lived here in Barrio Barreto. Big Pumpkin pissed me off. She yacked me about something. I don't do well with yakking. Nobody yaks the king. And I don't even remember what it was about, but she wanted me to go change her coins into cash and bring back her cash. And I basically hijacked the load, went to the bar and partied all afternoon and evening long with her 1 peso coins. It's a classic video. I had a great time. Shout out to my buddies I was partying with. It was one of my neighbors, my German buddy. I can't remember your name. Anyhow, the question is, can you go partying with a sack full of 1 peso coins? The answer is yes, you can. Initially, they were like, fuck, we don't want to count all these coins. But they came around to my way of thinking. And I don't know how many kilos I had in that bag. But I bought plenty of beer, plenty of ladies' drinks. I don't know what all. Might have got something to eat, but it was all courtesy of Big Pumpkin's piggy bank, her life savings. Spent it all at the bar. And if I had it to do over, I'd do it again. Since then, she has not saved a piggy bank since. If she gets money, she spends it because she don't want that shit to happen again. Let's see. Okay, Living Blank says, I don't really drink. I've never been a drinker or smoker. I was diagnosed pre-diabetes in the Philippines due to all the sugars in the food. Because it's so hot there, I spent too much time inside. All right, well, thank you very much for sharing that. And that's a good point. I mean, the coffee. All right, when I run out, and not that this is healthy or a good thing, but when I run out of real coffee, I end up drinking that 3-in-1. It's a pure packet of sugar and chemicals and what have you. Not good for me. But that's the norm. Ask for coffee, that's what you get. Big old packet of sugar. You know, predominantly rice with every meal. Ton of sugar in the spaghetti. I mean, just go on and on and on. So you got to watch what your diet is. And again, you can get good food, but you're not going to pay local prices for great food like in Thailand. It's not going to work like that. You want to get great food, get ready to pay foreign guy prices, foreign guy type places. And then again, the challenge is if you cook for yourself, you're going against, in my situation, I'm going against Big Pumpkin's taste palette and what she wants, and then there's that clash. So it is a challenge. I talked about before when it was me, her, and Helen of Troy. I got so pissed off at them, fighting them, arguing over what we're going to eat and how we're going to prepare the food. There was a period of time where I said, you know what? Y'all go eat lunch. I'm going to Tequila Reef. You eat what you want. I'll eat what I want, and we just won't eat together no more. And it worked out real well. Everybody was happy. They went to Mang Inasal every day, got the only rice. I went to Tequila Reef, got me some Mexican food. There was no arguments about the food anymore. But that's what we had to do. That's how far apart our taste palettes are and what we want to eat. We just had to agree to disagree, and then there was no more issues. Alright, up to 84 thumbs ups. I got 3 thumbs downs. Coming up on, I got 13 more. And just to give a quick weather report, a little bit of rain coming down here next to the beautiful Subic Bay. You're looking at my frog pond back there. I don't know where them frogs go during the day, but they all disappear during the day. At night, they're out everywhere eating the bugs. We appreciate their service. But during the day, I don't know where these frogs go. But anyhow, a little bit of rain coming down here on the beautiful Subic Bay. Let's check wind speeds. Look like still 0 kilometers per hour on the wind speeds according to my mango tree. What you mean Tequila Reef don't got Mexican food? You got great food over there. Used to eat there every day. And then margaritas are so delicious. My goodness, how many of those things have I drank over the years? And I mean, back then, they got like Tequila Reef's got a pretty vast menu. I'm eating there every day. I'm eating like a king. I'm not complaining about the food. But am I going there and paying, in Thailand I spend 100 baht on a great meal, $3. Well, if I'm going to Tequila Reef, I'm spending a little bit more than $3 on a great meal. So I'm not saying you can't get good food here, but you're not going to get great food at local prices like you do, for example, in Thailand. Let's see, Gregory says the one movie I suggested was really sad but truthful in many ways. I watched the Gregory Peck version. Okay, and the movie that he's talking about is On the Beach. I did a short video about it. It was based on a book from was it 1957 when the guy wrote the book. Anyhow, it's a post-apocalyptic nuclear war story. And the original movie was with Gregory Peck, and then the more current version is with I always get his name wrong. Is it Armand Asante? I thought the newer version was scarier than the original version, but it's about nuclear war breaking out. There's a U.S. submarine crew ends up going to Australia because Australia is the last place on Earth that the radiation is going to impact. That's the plot. And everybody says some things about the radiation. Well, in the movie, in the book, the movies in the book, there was what they call a cobalt bomb. It's a theoretical weapon supposedly that basically amplifies the radiation. Anyhow, great movie. It's on YouTube. And you know what I said both movies were on YouTube, right? And the minute I said that, like that next day, they blocked the older movie for copyright claim. The newer one is there. If you're running a US VPN, you can still see it. It's called On the Beach. And it's a long movie too. It's like 3 hours, but it's worth it. Let's see. Living Blank says, I've been watching you for many years, and you are much healthier living in Thailand, going out doing things. You don't look as healthy now. Just saying. I'll tend to agree with you. All right. I was and am a lot healthier when I'm living in Thailand. Big factor is the food. But I'm also a little bit older. I'm a little bit older now, getting a little bit older, and the fact that I've lost weight, a lot of people aren't used to seeing that as well. So, like right when we moved here, I was losing weight, and when you start losing weight, or even you start gaining weight, when you pull out, there's some lag time, right? So I was losing weight predominantly because I quit drinking 2 years ago. We're doing a lot of walking, what have you. And when we first moved it back over here to Subic, it's like I'd let it go too far. I wasn't eating enough, and like I do. I look back at those videos and I'm like, damn man, you got a little bit too skinny. So I'm purposely eating a little bit more now to try to just get a little bit back up. And that's Big Pumpkin said, you need to go back to drinking beer. You're too skinny now. So yeah, I'm eating more intentionally. Might go back to drinking a little bit of beer, get a little bit more meat back on the bones. But I'm fine, man. Thanks for the observation. A lot of people have said the same thing. Thanks for the concern. Ain't nothing wrong with me. Ain't nothing wrong with me. Probably the only thing that's really wrong with me is Big Pumpkin's cooking. That's why I'm not as healthy as I was living in Thailand. Let's see, focus on Asia. How are you? Yeah, I got no complaints with the food over there. Yeah, you know, is it an exact match Mexican restaurant where nobody speaks English? Well, not exactly, but all their food is great. And the thing about Tequila Reef is the Filipinos love going there because the Filipino food is excellent as well. They're not interested in the Mexican food. They're going to hit the local food menu, and it's great. Big Pumpkin used to always love going there. Great food, and she would have food left over, you know, on the portions to take with her. So yeah, I was eating like a king back then. But what did I have to do? I'd go to a foreign guy place every day to eat. You know, and when we talk about comparing the PI to Thailand, it's not a fair fight. The PI is what many people would consider a developing nation. You know, still got growing pains. Thailand is developed, so you can't compare the two. You could compare the PI to like Cambo, maybe Laos, but you can't compare Cambo, Vietnam, Laos, and the Philippines to Thailand. Thailand is in a different category all its own. I don't care what the CIA fact book says, Thailand is developed. If you are backpacking around anywhere in Southeast Asia, or if you're here and you had some serious medical condition pop up, you don't need to get back to America. You just need to get to Thailand, and you're going to live. So it's not really fair to compare the two. I compare them a lot because Thailand is really my home, but I'm here on an extended TDY. That's why I talk about the contrast. But is it a fair fight? No, it's not. LMG says I'm looking well, even if I'm dressed like Whitey Bulger. Yeah. You know, when I rock this look, Maria told me, a year or so ago, I had a beard going on. Really looked like old Whitey Bulger. And she said she didn't like the look. She didn't like my gangster look. Need to go shave. Yeah, Mr. Gary. Yeah, back in when we went to school back in the 80s, we did those nuclear war drills, get under our desk, put our heads between our legs, you know, put your head down, what have you, basically kissing your ass goodbye. But yeah, we used to do those drills, remember, back in the day? Some of us do. Yeah, lots of calories in beer. That's why I got so fat. I was drinking a case of beer a day, 24, 36 beers, whatever. I never drank any water back then. I mean, for me, water was a bottle of San Mig Light. That was like a bottle of water. I was putting so many calories and carbs in my body, it just couldn't burn them off. That's why I turned into pumpkin head. But right now, I do need to put some meat back on my bones. Beer would be a great way to do it. Yeah, I'm missing a bad dream. Get back over there soon and get her fired up. I'm gonna fire up Red Horse 6. Maybe I'll fire that one up today, ride around, see what's going on in the world. Like I said, I ain't left the house in like 2 or 3 weeks. Alright, 89 thumbs ups plus 3 thumbs downs. What is that, 92? I gotta have 8 more interactions to make them Google squirrels happy. 8 more. Always gotta break the 100 barrier. Okay, take a look at the frog pond. Still just a little sprinkling rain going on here on the beautiful Subic Bay. Be funny as hell if a big ass snake just slithered across the frog pond, chomped down on a big old frog. Somebody asked that yesterday. I've never seen a snake big enough to bite a biscuit over here, except for that one over on SBMA at the rescue center. Now, that was a big old snake. Somebody had found it somewhere locally and brought it over there. They were keeping it over there. You could take pictures with it. Now, I don't know how big the snake was. I think it was some type of python. I don't know how big that snake was when they found it and brought it over there. The damn thing might have been there for years. But they had a big snake at that rescue center. That's the only place I've ever seen a big snake in my travels throughout the country. We've seen a small snake out in the pasture, a little skinny one, not big enough to bite a biscuit. Let's see, Pompano, how are you? Port St. Lucie, Florida, checking in. Hope you're doing well. Pompano, used to kick it around Pompano Beach back in the day. And Steve, how are you? Yep, got 94 thumbs ups. I got 3 thumbs downs. Got 3 more to go to make the Google squirrels happy. And to be honest, I don't know if they get happy at 100. Just seems that way. Nice round number. Figuring once you hit 100, them Google squirrels start breakdancing inside this dang old computer. Thank you very much, Gregory. Puts me up to 95. Phone, tablet, and 55-inch. Thank you very much. I certainly appreciate it. But yeah, folks, that's basically what's going on in the hood here. Again, it's just been a rainy week. Been a rainy week with the tropical storm and the Habagat, if I say that correctly. Again, the kids have been out of school all week long. Whole week just been hanging out. And I got no problem with the call. I mean, you know, sometimes it just rains so hard and just better to keep the kids at home when these storms come through. Prevent any problems, any accidents. You know, just the way it is. I've enjoyed having them here all week long. But hopefully they'll be back in school next week to get some knowledge, get back to some learning. You know, we were talking about it yesterday. You know, it's a big difference between the private school they went to last year. They just have online classes. You just get up, get your uniform on, sit in front of the computer for the whole day. The public schools, you know, not so much. The big difference in the technology. Alright, let me refresh my screen over here. Gotta pull Fred Sanford. Put my glasses on. Some of y'all who watch Sanford and Son, you know what I'm talking about, right? Old Fred to go over there, look in the phone book or make a phone call. You got a drawer full of different glasses. You go in there and have to pick out the right ones. I'm the same way these days. Alright, so let's come over here This was the 17th and final bulletin on low pressure area My. It's weakened into a low pressure area. There's the map right there. And again, this thing is headed in the wrong direction. It's headed eastbound and down, where everything else usually goes the opposite direction. Okay. Then we'll come over here and check to see if there's any update to the rainfall. Weather advisory number 23 is issued at 11 a.m. on 7 August. So this thing is hot off the press. Man, they put it out right before 11. It ain't even 11 yet. And this is all from the southwest monsoon. So usually if there's a storm, as y'all have seen them before, they'll put two charts. Rainfall from the storm and rainfall from the southwest monsoon. So all I do is look for Zimbalas. That's where I'm sitting. So today until tomorrow, looking at some good rainfall. We're on the list for Saturday to Sunday, and then still on the list from Sunday to Monday. Okay, so if you go through this information here, it just looks like we're going to have heavy rain all weekend long here on the beautiful Subic Bay. And I've discussed before how, there's so many different areas, so many different islands. You really just have to search for where you're at. I'd like to see some type of color coding, like map, some type of a simplification. But all I do is, hey, I'm sitting in Zimbalas. I just search for the Z. Okay. It's going to rain all weekend long, according to that document from Pagasa. But there you go. That's the weather report. And might be picking up a little bit. Rain picking I say it's light rain now versus a sprinkle here on the beautiful Subic Bay. According to my sophisticated rainfall measuring device. It's called my frog pond. Ha! Weather Channel ain't got shit on me. Alright, so it looks like I got 96 thumbs ups. I got 3 thumbs downs. So that's 99 clicks. I need one more to make the Google squirrels happy. They'll start breakdancing. Alright, L McG, have a good night, my friend. Let's see, G-Man says Cebu City's got a flood going on. Rome to you, how are you? Looking great on the Top Gun sunglasses. Thank you very much. I like these Ray-Bans. They're the classic aviators. Sammy the Bull, how are you? From, let's see, good morning, Marcos, from Salvatore in Rome, Italy. Awesome. Hope you're doing well. It's 5 a.m. here. Just woke up. Got some hot coffee before I get on my Vespa to the market. Man, I would love to be in Rome right now. I would love to be in Rome. I used to saying a lot. People don't get it, but people over here, they think we're all rich, right? I'm like, rich? If I was rich, I'd be living in Rome right now. Which there's a lot of truth to that. I'd much rather be sitting in Rome right now. That's just me. What a magical place. If you ever get a chance to go to Rome, go on a vacation to Italy, one of the top destinations. Go to Pompeii. Just such a magical trip. I make it back over there to Italy, I'll spend 2-3 weeks over there roaming around Pompeii. Let's see. Gregory says, yeah, Grande Island. Grande Island's, I don't know what's going on over there right now. Like before, we kept going to take a trip to Grande Island, and you had to go over there to that ferry on SBMA. I don't know what's going on Grande Island. I got to go over there, start snooping around, see what's up over there. Let's see, Living Blanks talking about the educational system. Wife's got 4 years of college and the USA won't accept it, even though her college in the Philippines was in a private school. Gregory says getting a monsoon rain here in New Mexico, but nothing like in the Philippines. Yeah, old Lamont with that disheveled look while Fred calling him Big Dummy. Yeah, we recently, Lamont just passed away recently. And also, who was it? Officer Smitty. So just recently lost 2 characters off of Sanford and Son. See, Kuya Steve, how you doing, my friend? Benito, you have a good night, my friend. Yeah, like I said, I had a great time in Rome. I would love to be living there. Just a magical place, but I'm big into history. I'm big into the Roman Empire, all that history that goes along with it. If you're not into history, I guess you could go there and say, oh, it's beautiful, interesting, whatever. But I'm big into the history. I could go every day for 10 hours a day studying the history of so many places and never get tired of it. All right, Plant Works, how are you? Escalante City on station. You don't need to go back to drinking, go back to doing Muay Thai and lifting weights. Put on more muscle. Yeah, I tell you, I do need to get back to Muay Thai. But back then I had to deal with myself. And the deal with myself was, as long as I went to Muay Thai, I could drink beer that night. That was the deal. If I didn't go to the gym for whatever reason, I didn't go work out Muay Thai, and I couldn't drink that day. And that was the deal. And I went to Muay Thai, and when I got home, I could barely get off that damn motorbike. And I would grab a cold Heineken, and I'd have my Filipina girlfriend sit there and bring me beers in the damn shower, because I could barely move. I'd drag my ass up them stairs after, getting basically close to exhaustion, muscle failure. And I would sit there in the shower and drink 2 or 3 beers and try to recover and rehydrate, and then I could just drag my ass to the bed. So I was in great shape, but that's the deal I have with myself. As long as I went to Muay Thai, you're going to get them Heinekens. But I didn't have no energy to go out and party or be stupid or nothing like that. I got zapped when I went to Muay Thai. And them Heinekens, just that was the deal. I was in great shape. Kuya Steve says it's blue skies and sunny in the outback. Well, this is my current weather here on the beautiful Subic Bay. Just a light rain going on. Just I don't want to say gloomy. It's just a rainy day. Rainy day here with periods of hard rain last night. Had a little bit of lightning, a little bit of short brownout. No big deal. No big deal for where we're sitting, but if you're in a low-lying area or your crib's in a low-lying area, well, you're dealing with it. We obviously haven't been too many. Well, I haven't left the house in weeks, but during the lulls in the rain, they walked to the sorry stores, got a little exercise, what have you, but for the most part, we've been indoors all week. Yeah, times are definitely changing. I will agree. Yeah, there's an American school on Clark. I'm just going to tell you what my buddy said. He went and checked it out. He said mostly Korean kids going to that school, and I don't know if that's a fact or not. That was just his opinion. But there was a development. Now, I don't want to assert to this, but a year or two ago, whenever it was, when we looked at that school, the tuition for the PI is not exactly cheap. But if you were prior U.S. government, they were giving a 50% off on that tuition at the time. I don't know if they're still doing that. Maybe they are, maybe they're not. I don't know. But at the time, like 2 years ago, whenever it was, if you were former USG or U.S. military, your kids got 50% off of that tuition. So nobody run up there and say, I told you that. I'm not asserting that. I'm just saying that's what they told me 2 years ago. Professor, how you doing? Checking in from Koreatown. Yeah, assuming it's raining over there. Y'all still getting rain in Angeles City? Yeah, this is the debate over the education. We've debated this for years. Various videos, various live streams and forums. Where's the best place to raise kids? Place like the Philippines, Southeast Asia versus the U.S. And, the first debate, it was about a 50-50 split. People had valid reasons back then. And see, you're constantly second guessing yourself. But with the decline of the United States, with so many different things going on there, it's just more and more for me that we're better off here. Now, is the academics of it? Well, there's a huge difference. But factoring everything else in, with what they're programming the kids over there, and the teachers are nutcases, the professors are nutcases. Do I really want my kids subjected to that programming? Nope. You got to be rich to send your kids to private school in America. So we're quite fine where we're at. Gregory says, so is Fauci going to be charged for contempt? The dude's 85 years old. Do people like that really ever get prosecuted? I mean, sometimes they do, but this is my opinion. The dude's 85. He's no longer part of the problem. Not to give him a free pass, but he's 85. He's out of the decision-making loop. His legacy has been cemented as I plead the fifth. He's just a parrot. That's how he'll be remembered. He's yesterday's news. So do I want to spend one penny of my money on the guy? No, just get out of the way. We're done with you. We're done with you. You did what you did. Your legacy ends up with you pleading the fifth over 100 times. That's it. We're done with you. Is that giving them a pass? No, it's just don't throw good money after bad. What are we going to accomplish? It's just going to cost hundreds of thousands of dollars screwing with the 85-year-old dude who's out of the game now. Let's just move forward. He's a non-issue at this point. Let's see. Living Blank says, I don't know what you mean about decline. I just don't see it. Well, number one, I'm not there. I've taken short trips there, so I rely on people who are there and their opinions. A lot of it has to do with where you live, what state. But, talking about the 15, 20 years ago, if you left and you didn't like where you were living, you could just go back to America and get a job, get a house, get a car. It's pretty seamless, right? And now it's a lot more difficult. It's a lot more expensive. It's a lot bigger deal to get back into that society than it was 15, 20 years ago. But a place like here, it's got problems, growing pains like anywhere else. But on a daily basis, do I deal with the stresses that most folks have to deal with over there? The answer is no. But beauty is in the eye of the beholder. One man's junk is another man's treasure. Never say never. Hell, if Hollywood calls next week, wants me to come star in a movie, I'll be living in Hollywood next week. You know what I mean? So never say never. Still waiting on that call. Look at there, 102 thumbs ups. Yes, the Google squirrels are breakdancing inside the computer. Thank y'all very much for putting us over that threshold. Got 102 thumbs ups. I got 3 thumbs downs. Thank y'all very much. I can see it on the back end. I think on YouTube you can't see the thumbs downs anymore, right? Everybody gets a trophy. I got 3 thumbs downs, and I'm proud of them. Yeah, guitar jams. I talked about that in a video. I would love to go to America for a year. Big Pumpkin and the kids. Get a damn van like I had before. I had this 1-ton. It was just a Chevrolet 1-ton van. It had a diesel in it. Thing was extended. Just buy a van and roll around America for a year. You know what I mean? Just hit all the states. Live out of that van. Roll through Canada. End up in Alaska. sell the van or give it away and then get the heck out of there. Just do a year. I would love to do that. Let's see. Plant Work says, I agree. He's no longer relevant. Yeah, that's the word I was looking for. He's just no longer relevant. Although he should be punished for his crimes to humanity. Yeah, I mean, I agree. But in the same sense, dude's 85 years old, and do I want to spend any money on him? No. I don't. And again, I'm not giving him a pass. He is guilty of crimes against humanity. He is and was an enemy of our children. That's the name of a video. Something about enemies of our children. But it takes money to prosecute people. It takes money to put on these dog and pony shows. And the reality is that we pay for that. And so if we passed a collection plate around and said, hey, we need $18 million to prosecute this guy, everybody chip in $1,000. I said, I'm not spending $1,000 on that motherfucker. I'd rather take my $1,000, and when he kicks out, I throw a big ass barbecue. There you go. Alright, so Living Blank says, I was stressed out while living in the Philippines. Everybody has a different opinion, different perspective, and as time goes by, perspectives change. Some folks will punch out and live in a place and they end up going back to their home country. Different times in life, different lifestyles. Alright, so the professor is reporting a 5.0 earthquake 49 kilometers from Puerto Galera. It just went down. So, you know what? Let me come over here and click. I gotta get let me pull Fred Sanford here. Let's see what Phil Volks is saying about it, because we have the exact tab to pull that information up. Okay, boom, there we go right there. Refresh the screen. Let me refresh here. And today is August 7th. Make sure we got the information. Boom, there you go right there. Your information is correct, sir. 5.8. Went down at 10:38 a.m. So there you go. It's one of those things I keep talking about. People ask all the time, hey man, did you hear about this earthquake? And most of the time the answer is no, I didn't hear about it. But when you look at the data coming out of Phil Volks, there's so many earthquakes that they report on a daily basis, you can't keep up with them. Only the bigger ones get reported. With some damage or injuries or something like that, make the news. But when you look at the real world data, there's 20 events a day. Most of them, no, I don't hear about. Gregory says old dude had like 9 attorneys during the Senate hearing. Yeah, folks, the dude's 85 years old. And then who's the senator that just got out of the hospital? He's 80-something years old. We got to seriously in the United States take a look at some age limits. There has to be. There absolute has to be. I propose 50 to 60 is your window of being a politician in the United States of America. I think you need to be at least 50 years old, because until you hit 50, you don't know shit about how the world really works. So I think 50 should be the youngest, and let's say 60, or did we bring it up to 65? I say 50 to 60. That's your window, almost like your civic duty. When you turn 50 in America, you got two options: either run for politics and be a lawmaker, policymaker, or you teach. There you go. From 50 to 60, that's your civic duty, to be a professor, a teacher, or a politician. Once you hit 60, go back to doing what you want to do. Run your business, get rich, retire, whatever you want to do. From 50 to 60, that's your duty, to teach the younger generation. Now, if you're teaching math, okay, we can let young people teach math. It's only numbers. But we have no business letting 25, 26, 27-year-olds trying to teach history, philosophy, any of those types of topics. You should be 50 years old before you're able to teach history or philosophy or government, any of that stuff in the United States of America. That's it. Boom! David Vidalis coming off the top ropes. Hope you're doing well, my friend. Thank you very much. Yeah, that's Senator Mitch McConnell, right? Just a perfect example. Nothing against the gentleman. I'm just talking merely, I got two arguments. Several arguments. Number one, till you turn 50, you don't know shit when it comes to politics and history. When you're 60, you're going to start slowing down. Our bodies are going to start slowing down. Our minds aren't going to be as sharp as they used to be. Some of us will be, some of us not. So let's just put a number on it. 50 to 60. That's it. You're 60 years old. You shouldn't have to deal with this shit. You should be able to enjoy the rest of the years that you have on planet Earth, and let the assholes like me in the age gap of 50 to 60 have to step up to the plate. Once I turn 60, I don't want to deal with this shit no more. I shouldn't have to. So the senator who's 80-something years old should be enjoying his life, standing in a river somewhere, fishing, watching his grandkids, what have you, not being a U.S. senator, not being the U.S. president. Okay? What does that say about us younger guys, that we're allowing our grandfathers to have to serve in these positions? It just doesn't make any sense. We should have more respect for them than to put them in these stressful positions. It's a younger man's game. And I think that the age bracket should be 50 to 60 in the United States of America. There you go. Put that in your pipe and smoke it. There you go, Gregory. Airline pilots have age limits, but the U.S. president don't, who has a final authorization and dealing with the nuclear football. That's it. That's my point. 50 to 60. Civic duty. Politics or teach history? Which one you want to do? And again, some people will take that the wrong way. Just take, I'm 79, I'm still in my right mind. Okay, some people are, some people aren't. But it's the point that you shouldn't have to serve in those positions. You've done your time. It's time for somebody, younger generation, to take up the reins and let you enjoy life and stop worrying about it. I mean, let's all think back. What the hell did we know in our 20s? Nothing. It's like the old saying. What's the old saying? That if you're not a liberal in your 20s, you have no heart. And if you're not a conservative by the time you're 30, you have no brain. Something to that effect, right? Well, I mean, everybody's going to have a different opinion, right? But let's just look back through history or these cases where they're dragging these old dudes into court with a fucking oxygen bottle. They got a nasal cannula. They don't even know their name. They don't even know where they're at, and they're dragging them into a courtroom. It's just for what? What's the purpose? What's the purpose? To punish this guy? The dude's sitting there barely alive. We're just wasting tax money. I'm just not for it. There's better things to focus our time and attention on. He's still talking about, perspectives on living here. Beauty's in the eye of the beholder. Let's see. Sam, I am. How are you? Just discussing what's going on with the weather. And let me refresh the screen here. What's that? Just had a 5.4 earthquake. Did that refresh? Let me refresh. See if there's anything new. Yeah, so just had a 5.4 earthquake. And it looks like Big Pumpkin's in here. Baby, you realize there was an earthquake?
Yeah, I know.
You know about the earthquake? How did you know?
Yes.
Were you watching my stream?
No, yes.
Wait a minute. You were watching the news? Baby.
I know.
Okay, I guess the question is, why weren't you watching this
I know.
news show?
I just watched. I watched that this morning. You're not yet.
Easy, baby.
You're not yet doing
Watch the
live.
threads. Gosh, watch the uniform here. Respect the wardrobe.
Guys, who's the one who buy this paint?
Okay, folks. Let me show
Who's
y'all.
the one who buy that paint?
Now that's a recent painting that I did of Fatima based off of a photograph. Based off a photograph that I took of her the day that I met her.
Grabe namang naman kasi. No, I'm not accept that.
Resemblance
I
is
don't accept that.
uncanny.
No, I'm not going to accept that. That's me.
Now you
No,
accept it.
not
That's you.
Me. No,
That's you, but about 30 kilos lighter and about 8 years younger. That's you. That's back when you're skinny.
No, that's not me.
Okay? I don't know what you're talking about. That's you.
No, that's not
That's an
me.
exact match template of the day I met you. What you mean you don't accept that? You want me to put the one up there that I did Titanic style?
Nope.
Okay, then quit talking then. Back when she was pregnant, she was laid out on the couch butt naked. I did a sketch, Titanic style. She don't want me to show that one. It's good. Anyhow, I'll show you one more time. Right there. That's my big pumpkin right there. But again, that's when I first met her. There you go. Oh, big pumpkin. Don't want to recognize my Bob Ross skills. Put that thing up for auction about 5 years later. Dragged down a cool $1 million. There you go, Sam I Am. I don't know why she's getting her news from another source when I'm sitting here live broadcasting the news. There's no respect around here. What you mean, who drew that? I drew that. I did that I drew that with this marker. Just took a marker, went to working. Next thing you know, that thing come out. That's a true masterpiece right there. That is an absolute true masterpiece. Okay? You don't think that's not a masterpiece? Yeah, I'm gonna show you. It's that picture right there. Okay? Let me put it back up there. There you go, right there. Get that to the auction house. Maybe 10 years, I'd be worth a cool $1 million. Guillermo, how are you? It says the portrait looks just like you. Good job. Thank you very much. I do. I think it looks just like her. Okay. Again, let me just put a quick right there. That's the picture of her right there. Okay. I can't hold my phone up too much. My girlfriend might text me and it pops up, then Big Pumpkin sees her number. Be a problem. I don't want her to see the Bulldog's number. There you go, right there. I got skills. I got skills. Yeah, that's what I need to do. I need to auction off this portrait and the dress that Pia made. I still got that dress. That thing keeps going up in value, so I need to auction off a few items. Yeah, I mean, this could break some records on the auctioning off of this photo here. Let's see if I can pull this up again here. There you go, right there. Right there. There you go. Don't tell me I ain't got no skills. Y'all the witness. Maria's got skills too. She's a good artist. I'll show you her portfolio maybe the next live stream. She's always drawn. Chris says, forget about being an actor. You're definitely an artist. Thank you very much, my friend. But I like to keep my options open. I like to keep my options open. If Hollywood calls, I'll go to Hollywood. If Nashville calls, I'll go to Nashville, sing some songs. There you go. It looks just like Fatima. I think it does. When I first met Fatima, Marjoy was there. And, back then they were both skinny mini. Now both of them are on the opposite end of that spectrum. They chubby. Let's see, JW's Dream, how are you? Raining here in southeastern Alabama. I'm doing well. And again, it's raining here. Well, that's the earthquake chart. There's the frog pond. As you can see, it's just a light rain going on. Steady light rains here on the beautiful Subic Bay. Nothing too crazy, but last night there was some hard raining going on. But today is just a rainy day. Right there. And then let's see, what's that number on the earthquake? Getting Fred Sanford glasses here. 5.4 earthquake recorded at 10:38 a.m. Let me refresh the screen, see if there's anything followed up after that. And again, what they do is they bold. I think anything over a 4.0, it gets bolded. I really haven't figured out their system. But see, if you scroll through here, since midnight, what has there been 20 earthquake events recorded and reported? You go to yesterday's, and you just scroll through here, and then it has the more significant ones bolded, so you can easily take a look. That's a 4.0. There's a 5.6. So yesterday is at the top number. Looks like a 5.6. And then you come up here today, we're at a 5.4. So there you go. When people ask, did you hear about that earthquake? Most of the time, no, because there's just so many of them. The bigger ones make the news, and most of them don't. Okay, all right, now here's a relevant story that I can put up there just to talk about, just listening to y'all's conversation. Let's see, who was talking about it? I think Living Blank. Just talking about, moving back to the States and some of the struggles of living here. And one of the things y'all were talking about was the brownouts and stuff. So like red and yellow alerts up over the Visayas grid for Friday. That just popped up on the news. And basically these alerts are when it gets close to supply exceeding demand. Alright, so let's just go over this right quick. Red alert status is up for the Visayas grid from 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. on Friday due to the unavailability of four coal-fired power plants and limited electricity imports from Mindanao. So a couple hours, and then a yellow alert has been issued from 2 to 5, and then again from 7 to 10. The National Grid Corporation said in an advisory, a yellow alert is issued when a grid's operating margin is short relative to the contingency requirement. So that means it's the buffer is short. And then a red alert is issued when the capacity is inadequate relative to the demand. Okay, so yellow means we're getting close. Red is when it's inadequate. And there's the numbers right there. So the grid's available capacity during the day at 2360, but the peak demand is expected at 2348. So that only gives a buffer, make sure my math is correct, of 12 megawatts. Before we've exceeded, the demand has exceeded the supply. Now, I'm not an electrician, okay, but I can read like everybody else, and I can do basic math. What does that mean? It just means that there's a very fine line of being able to meet the demand. Let's see. And they said imports from the Mindanao grid. So the grid in Mindanao is sending electricity to the Visayas grid. It's limited due to those outages. This month alone, 7 power plants in the Visayas have been on forced outage, on top of more than 20 others that have been unavailable since 2021. 12 plants are also operating at derated capacities. So there you go. That's latest news that is relevant to the conversation that y'all were having in the chat about the brownouts. And there's a real good article. I did a video on it. I'd have to go to the video to see the link to that article. But there's an article that's basically, entitled something like "Why Are There So Many Brownouts in the Philippines?" And it's on the power company's site, and it breaks it down why there's so many brownouts. Not nothing that I made up or interpreted. They basically, the supply has exceeded or is close to exceeding the demand. The power plants are aging, and therefore the problem is not going to get better before it could potentially get worse. Again, not my words or interpretation. You got to read the article. I did a video on it. It all makes sense. Any country where you have a middle class that's coming up, what do the middle class do? They buy air conditioners, they buy appliances, they buy washing machines, they buy refrigerators. So the demand on the grid just keeps going up, and the supply can't keep up. Let's see, Puerto Rico in the house. Hey Joseph, how you doing? Rain up here in Angeles has been crazy. Yeah, been raining pretty much all week here in Barrio Barreto, Subic Bay, Zambales. Just been raining. Like yesterday, had a couple of wind gusts that blew some of her clothes off the line. Mostly just rain. But when we lived here before, the rain, it rained more here than any place else we've lived in the PI. We all had rubber boots when we lived here before. But that's pretty much it. You don't got to worry about tornadoes tearing up the place like you do in Tornado Alley in America, right? It's just rain. Pretty much the same thing like living in Patia. Okay, you deal with some rain, it'll flood the low-lying areas. A couple hours later, everything's good to go. I better knock on wood, but that's really the worst in my personal experience living in Subic or Angeles. Go across the Patia, you get to deal with some hard rain, that's it. You're not worried about losing your trailer. Let's see, Under the Dogwood, thank you very much for your critique of my painting, my masterpiece, my Mona Lisa. Again, I got one better than that, but she don't want me to show you. She's butt naked, laid on the couch when she was like 8 months pregnant. It's a masterpiece, better than the one on the Titanic. Trust me. Old Jack in that movie ain't got nothing on me with this one portrait. Yeah, Vincenzo Fatima is the Mona Lisa. I probably need to put that thing in a nice frame. Should up the value by a couple million. Get a nice bamboo frame for it. And again, talking about the brownouts here. Like living in Angeles City, I hardly ever had a brownout. Very stable grid there. Here we have about one a week for just a few minutes. No big deal. Living down her way, much more frequent, lasted longer. Just depends on where you live. Contrast that to Thailand, which I say again, you can't compare the two. They're two totally different types of countries. You don't worry about this shit in Thailand. But again, Thailand is not a developing nation. It's developed. It's crazy, but like, I can't wait for the electric bill to see what the damn thing's gonna be. You know what I mean? Like, man, when's that electric bill coming? When's that electric bill coming? Because I'm hoping that it goes down this month. But with everything getting more expensive, it's probably going up, but I guess I can't complain. As long as that damn thing's below $100, how can you complain? Let's see, Redneck and P9, how you doing? Okay, here lately, brownouts have been almost daily here. And in what location are you talking about, my friend? If you can put it up there. Ours are pretty steady. Like I said, about one a week. One a week, very brief. Not anything to even write home about. Last night, the lightning kicked off. Power went out immediately. Back on like 15 minutes later. So I can't complain here. But I know about once a week, we're going to have a short one. Which is, doing live stream. A short one means it's taking down my stream. Yes, y'all have all said I need to get one of them U-Green boxes or the Jackery or what's the other brand. And you're absolutely correct, because then I wouldn't worry about it. As long as I plug the router in and plug the computer in, it wouldn't take the stream down. Again, they don't last that long, but they last long enough to mess up my streams. Guillermo says, ask Maria to add some color to the Fatima portrait. It would, because her top is pink. So if she just at least colored the top, it would be very colorful. Maybe I'll ask her to do that for me. Just go ahead and color in the pink top. Okay, Surigao del Sur, Mindanao. Gregory says had a 3-hour brownout here in Las Cruces a few weeks ago. Yeah, I read a recent article where they were talking about, isn't there some huge solar project that they're working on or just completed? I can't remember. I read the title of the article, and I don't think I read the article. But they were talking about some type of, I think, solar project that they got going on here. Yeah, there's no nuclear power here. They have a plant down in Bataan, that was completed back in the 80s that never got fueled, that's still sitting there like a time capsule. And there was and has been and have been talk about fueling that thing up and firing it up. And I'm not a nuclear engineer, but I just don't think it's a good idea to take a 40-year-old building and then fire it up. I think it'd be better to just build a new one. But what do I know? I'm not a nuclear engineer. Don't let the uniform fool you. I guess I do resemble Oppenheimer a little bit. I'm not against it. I'm not against nuclear power. I just think they should build a new plant, not fuel the one that's been sitting in the tropic heat for 40 years. I don't think that's a good idea. But that's just me. Yeah, folks, a lot of the stuff that we discuss here, it's just everyday life. It's if you're thinking about retiring somewhere or moving somewhere, let's just say if you're going to move somewhere, you got to do basic research on where you're moving to, right? That's being Captain Obvious. You live in Florida and you're going to move to New Mexico. You got to do some research. What goes on there? What's everyday life like? What's the weather patterns like? What are the winters like? How much snow is there? And that's a lot of what we discuss here is just basic everyday life. So if you're thinking about moving here, you're informed. Going on vacation to Boracay for a week and saying, "Oh, I love this place. I want to move to the Philippines." Being on vacation anywhere for a week or two is nothing like living there. So a lot of these conversations that go on in the chat, it's just different perspectives on everyday life. Is it going to be exactly your experience? No. But you take a sampling of everybody's opinion and you're just more informed about, okay, is this really where I want to go? And here, what do we deal with during the rainy season, during the typhoon season? We deal with typhoons and rain. Occasionally there's some earthquakes, about 20 a day. Occasionally there's some volcanic activity that interrupt flight patterns. It's just everyday life. As long as you're okay with it, come on. If you're not, well, now you're informed. Maybe you want to look somewhere else. Let's see, Redneck says vegetation is our biggest culprit. Banana trees, coconut limbs falling, etc. It's our dry season down south and everything grows fast. They can't keep up trimming. See, Mr. Gary says those small modular reactors are on the horizon. It would be the ticket for the PI. But there you go. Have these smaller reactors. Imagine these smaller islands got their own little modular reactor. I'm not an expert on it, but watch some documentaries and like some of the stuff that the Russians are doing up in the Arctic. Yeah, Guitar Jam says YouTubers sugarcoat it. They sugarcoat a lot of things. But it's not just folks here on this platform. It's I always joke around. Condé Nast, top 10 places to retire. Number 1, Chiang Mai. Number 2, everybody's just going to put out the positive, feel-good stuff to get you to read an article, watch a video, what have you. And that doesn't correlate to everyday life anywhere. So I just try to keep it real. Try to keep it real. Again, you're going to learn more from the comments or the chat or what have you, getting everybody else's perspective versus just listening to one dude or one lady.
We're going now.
You're going now?
Yes. Bye-bye.
Hey. Well, I got a half a cup. Y'all are headed out. Yeah, bring me back a Coke and some type of snack. It's okay to surprise me. Okay? And get.
Peanut or ice cream?
I'll take some peanuts, maybe some ice cream.
Okay.
Hey, pork steaks.
Huh?
Pork steaks on the grill.
Pork steak?
Yeah.
Chop, I do like pork chop.
I don't care.
Pork country style.
No, I don't want that country style. There's too much fat on it.
But don't have pork steak.
They got pork steak at the fresh options. Don't try it. Okay? I don't want all that fat. I don't want to pay for fat. I don't want to pay for fat or bones. Hey. I'm just having this conversation earlier about food. What does she want? She wants a piece of pork with the most fat content that she can get. If it's a kilo piece of pork, she wants 900 grams worth of fat and 100 grams worth of meat. And you heard what she said. I said, hey, get pork steaks. Oh, they don't have pork steaks. I want the country style. Why? Because the country style's got more fat on it. What kind of bullshit is that? They don't got no pork steaks. Trust me, they got pork steaks at Fresh Options. And then I told her, don't be go to Fresh Options or the Walmart. She's going to try to sneak into that market and get some pork chops with the most fat possible and then try to bola me that she got it at Fresh Options. But I ain't falling for no banana on my tailpipe. Okay? So, is she going to come back with nice, beautiful pork steaks from Fresh Options? Probably not. You know why? Because I'm not going there supervising the operation. Welcome to my world. Talking about stress earlier. One of y'all said you had a lot of stress. One said no stress. Well, a lot of my stress is caused on a daily basis arguing with her over what we're going to eat and how we're going to prepare it. No, I don't want to eat fish and bagaong every day. Yeah, Professor says boots on the ground beats keys on a board. No, I see Redneck says went to Chiang Rai, marched. Folks, for me, Patty is paradise. Patty is my paradise. That's my home. Everybody's got bad things to say about that place, but guess what? Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. You know what I mean? It's all about how you make it. It's all about how you make it. One dude will live in a place and love it, and one person won't. And that's why I say don't just listen to me and my perspective. Definitely read all the comments and read the chat and get multiple perspectives. Go into any situation with an open mind and a positive outlook, you know, and don't listen to the hype. It's like they say in the Appalachian Trail, you hike your own hike. Don't worry about what anybody else did or where they went, where they stopped. You do your own thing. Same way with choosing where you're going to live. Sam says it's my paradise as well. No, for me, Pattaya is paradise all the way around. You're not going to beat the place. Don't believe the hype. Don't believe the reputation. Because it's like saying everybody in Nashville, Tennessee loves country music and they go to Tootsie's every night. That's bullshit. It's like saying everybody who lives in Las Vegas goes to the casinos, to the strip every night and gambles. That's not true. It's all bullshit. And then you say the word Pattaya, people think you're down there on Walking Street or Soy 6 every night. That's not true. Okay? It's a great city. But if you're in Las Vegas and you choose to go sit your ass at the blackjack table every night, that's your life and your perspective, and you're part of a very slim percentage of the people who live in Las Vegas. You go sit on Soy 6 every night in Pattaya, that's your choice and your perspective, but you're the member of a very slim minority of the overall population living in that area. And, you know, need I go on? It's like saying, oh, if you live in Miami, you go to South Beach every night. Are there some people who do? A handful. Everybody else don't go to South Beach every night. Why do they live in Miami? Well, you look at the totality of it, right? Damn weather, the lifestyle, the food, proximity to the Keys, fishing. It's the same way with Pattaya. There was a time in my life where that's what attracted me to the place, was partying and hanging out in the bars and dancing in the clubs and chasing women. But now I don't give a shit about that. It has no bearing on the reason why I love that place. And you can say the same thing about Angeles City. I don't care about the bars there, but there was a time where that was my lifestyle. It's what I did. I just lived there for a year. I went to Walking Street, 3-4 times because I had visitors come into town. That's the only reason I was there. Hanging out, playing tour guide. People want to obviously go out when they come into town. If I had no visitors, I would have never went over there. So, all right, and focus on Asia. Says Pattaya is too beat down to live in as a family. Okay for a single guy. Rather live in Bangkok or Hua Hin. See, my opinion is the exact opposite. It's perfect for a family. There's some great schools there. Some wonderful schools. They just open up, or in the process of opening up, another international school. There are top-notch schools in the Pattaya area. But a lot of people's perspective is what? Their perspective of Pattaya is like Second Road to Beach Road, Walking Street. That's their perspective. Well, when you live there, you look at that tourist area the same as a person living in Las Vegas looks at the Strip. You never go there unless your buddy comes in and now you got to go down there and play tour guide. Same way when I was living down in Miami. Okay, I was on my boat all the time, but I never went to South Beach unless somebody came into town. Now I got to take them to Mangoes. How many times was I in Mangoes? It all depended on how many visitors I had coming to town. If I didn't have any visitors, I never went to Mangoes. So it's all about your perspective and how you look at it. There you go. Miami is a lot more than just South Beach. Pattaya is a lot more than the tourist area. You know, Second Road to Beach Road. That's just the when the place was first born. Okay, that's what it was. That was decades ago. Decades ago. Now that's just a small pinprick of what that whole region has to offer. And then when you start looking at it from, you can't beat the food prices, the freshness, the availability, the seafood, the weather, proximity to Bangkok. It just goes on and on. For $1, you can be over on Koh Larn, beautiful beaches. It just goes on and on. But if you focus on, well, Pattaya equals bars, I'm probably not going to convince you. But that's a very limited perspective. It's the same way with saying the only thing to do in Angeles City is go to Walking Street. That's one shitty street. That's what? How long is Walking Street? 500 meters? Not even that. It's one shitty street in a huge region. But again, it's all about perspectives. There you go. 2 of the best water parks in Southeast Asia, right there in the Pattaya area. And then you got that older one right there in Pattaya. So that's 3 at least. Yeah, get everything you want there. But like I said, one man's junk, another man's treasure. See, JW's dream says, I know everyone who has ever visited the Philippines remembers their first time when they walked out of Manila airport doors. I'll never forget mine. I've never seen nothing like it. Yeah, the first time you go to a country, open up the doors and you smell that smell and the heat hits you or the cold hits you. Yeah, we all got our memories. Mr. Gary, in due time, my friend, in due time. All right, let's see. Got 115 thumbs up, 5 thumbs downs. Appreciate each and every one of those interactions with the Google squirrels inside this dang old computer here. Let's check the rainfall, current rainfall conditions here on the beautiful Subic Bay. We'll cut over to the frog pond. Yeah, looks like the rain lightened up just a little bit. I'd say just a sprinkling of rain hitting the frog pond. Nothing we can't handle. Now, that's what the technology looks like. That's the wind speeds according to my mango tree. Looks like wind speeds are a sustained wind of about 0 kilometers per hour. Current conditions on the ground here. Yeah, so Big Pumpkin rolled out with the kids. You know, and do I really think she's coming back with pork steaks? She's gonna come back with the fattiest piece of country style pork that they got. And what she does is swear up and down they were out of pork steaks. Or they didn't look good, or they're out of pork steaks, or some bullshit. She'll come up with something. You just get tired of paying for fat and bones. Just another daily disagreement that we have. She prefers to invest in bones and fat, and I'm looking for the meat. Yeah, visa situation, pretty here's very friendly, much easier here versus Thailand. Thailand, not impossible, but not as easy here as it is here. So the PI has the visa situation beat versus Thailand, especially if you're younger than 50 years old. Again, not impossible, but just not as easy and clear. So there's always pros and cons everywhere you go. Yeah, Max Muay Thai. Yeah, beautiful, wonderful show. Beautiful venue, wonderful show over there. But my first Muay Thai the fights that I went to were at Lumpini. My first trip, I don't know if it was the first night I was in Bangkok or the second night. I was over there at Lumpini back in the day. But Max Muay Thai is a wonderful experience as well. If you're in the Pattaya area, I recommend you go to the show. They used to broadcast that on TV. I guess they still do. Yeah, and Guitar Jam says I had no problem getting a retirement visa in Thailand. Yeah, historically, as long as you're 50 years old, there's never really been a problem in Thailand getting the visa. It's pretty clear on the retirement visa, but if you were younger than 50, that's when it wasn't exactly clear. Let's just leave it at that. Where over here, as long as you report in, or you up your visa, you stay here up to 3 years before you got to go do a turn and burn, leave the country, and come back. And also throughout the years, what happens? Visa rules and regulations change, but that's been the gist of it if you compare here to Thailand. Let's see, Plantworks 100. When am I going to do another segment of my Handsome Donkey Awards? I love that segment. Thank you very much, my friend. Here's the thing. I would love to, because people love that show. But the effects of doing those shows have basically put the Wabash on the Handsome Donkey type comments. And I can't be for certain, but I used to get enough comments on a daily basis that were so jaded, so hateful, so mean. Hell, I could have done a show a week. And then once I started doing the shows, metaphorically speaking, when people hit you in the face, they don't like to get hit back. And when I started hitting them back, apparently the Handsome Donkeys, they don't like that. Now you could say some of them want the attention, but they want the attention on these nasty comments, but they want to reserve the right to either delete or edit what they say. They do not like it when I memorialize their comment in a video that they can no longer edit or delete. They do not like that. And it just seems like a combination of word getting around. People didn't want to play anymore, because a lot of not all of them, but some of the people who leave you these nasty grams, they're a who's who in the community. Some of them are anonymous, some of them it's their real account. Well, when it's your real account and you lose the control to delete that comment or edit it and then, plead the fifth, when that shit's on a video and it's locked in and you can't change it and you can't get rid of it, they don't like the loss of control. And that's what I do when I do these shows. I lock you in and you get memorialized, and now I got control of your comment. You don't have the control to delete it or edit it to make yourself look better. People don't like that. So anyhow, I don't get the nastiness like I used to get. Every now and then I'll have somebody stop by and leave some nastiness, and I guess they never heard of the Handsome Donkey Show, but I don't get enough to run a full show. They're just not interesting like they used to be. They're just not as jaded. And most of the regulars who on a routine basis, once they realize I memorialize and lock that comment in, they don't want to play no more because they lost control. Does that make sense? They can't go in and soften up their image if what they said didn't age well because it's on a video. You can't edit my video. So I guess that's a long story just to say I don't get the nastiness like I used to get. And so there's not enough handsome donkey comments to put a show together. Which is a good thing, I guess. I mean, I don't care either way. I don't care either way. If there were enough comments, I'd do the show. Am I happy that I don't get those comments anymore? It don't bother me either way. This is the entertainment game, the entertainment business. If you allow these types of comments to affect your blood pressure, you might be in the wrong game. It just don't affect me. Big Pumpkin is pretty much immune to it at this point, but there was a few months ago where somebody left a big long comment and had her in tears. And that's the first time that she's cried over a comment in a long time. And I'm like, what are you doing? When she first started joining in the game, she was crying all the time, and I'm just telling her, hey, look, this is part of the game. Stop crying. Don't let them get to you. But a few months ago, one broke her down. I'm like, what are you doing? Come on. You know what this is about. This is what we do. So yeah, that's my answer. Why don't I do any more handsome donkey shows? I got no handsome donkeys in the barn. They're scared to hee-haw. They headed for the hills. Barn doors open. They're welcome here. I mean, I wish I had 50 handsome donkey comments. I run a 5-hour show. I love it. Everybody loves it. But I can't make shit up. I can't make people come here and try to hurt my feelings and make me cry. Let's see, Living Blank says they don't push the content like they used to. Algorithm is always changing. I've been doing this game so long, and I feel the disturbances in the force. Although I can't tell you what the disturbance exactly is, nobody can. Yeah, so there's ups and downs. It's just like a roller coaster. Let's see, and I'm not sure what you're talking about with moderators, but I know there's a way to add moderators. I don't know how to do it. I've never had a moderator. I don't. I've seen the thing that says add as moderator. I don't even know what it means. So usually, I don't want to say usually, I've never had a moderator. I don't get rid of anything in the chat. If your shit don't show up in the chat, it's the Google squirrels that are doing it. And I can only see it on the cell phone. Like when I'm looking at this software here, all I'm seeing is comments. But when I look at it on the phone, I will see where a comment is held, and you have to hit approve or something. So I would have to have, if your comment don't show up, it's because I'm not staring at my phone. I don't see it here on any of this software or the back end, which is strange. Yeah, Mr. Gary, if you don't, I was raised, if you don't have something nice to say about someone, then shut your mouth. Yeah, a lot of us were raised that way. If you don't like the program, change the channel. I tell the story many times. Growing up, my formative years, we had 2 channels. What was it, Channel 9, Channel 12? If you didn't like what was on Channel 9, you switched over to Channel 12. It was fuzzy. If you didn't like what was on there, you turned the TV off. You went outside and you played. Just go outside and play. Wasn't no comment section. Wasn't no complaining. What are you going to do? Write the local editor, the editor of your local newspaper, and complain about some shit? Good luck. Be wasting a stamp. So, yeah, but talking about the handsome donkeys, I'd love to have 50 nasty comments right now. I'll run a big old long show roasting them donkeys. Just ain't got none. See, talking about singing. Over here you got some really good singers over here, right? Because they've been doing vidjoki from a very early age. A lot of good singers over here that come out of the PI. But I don't want to say equally. I would say to the 1 millionth power, you got some folks over here that can't carry a tune in a bucket, but they still going to keep carrying on. God bless them. Bless their hearts. It's all fun and games, right? It's all good. I joke about it a lot. You'd be sitting here, not so much here, but like I said, down in Cebu, you deal with extreme vidjoki, extreme roosters. You'll be enjoying your day, and all of a sudden, here come the worst rendition of Whitney Houston you've ever heard in your entire life. And as long as you're drinking, it's funny, right? You're like, oh yeah, good, that girl good, rocking on, girl. And then when you sober up, you're like, holy shit. Anyhow, hey, you either love it or get the fuck out, go somewhere else. That's reality, right? Let's see, Living Blank says, okay, I hold a lot of my comments, but I'm like Polly Walnuts from The Sopranos. Now see, again, I don't hold the comments. The Google squirrels are the ones holding the comments. And I can't explain what their system is, how it's automated. I don't know. Only the Google squirrels know that. If your comments go over into the hill section, sometimes it takes me a while to get over there and try to sort through all that crap. And sometimes if I'm too busy, it just sits over there till the squirrels do whatever they're going to do with it. But it's not me physically going in there holding stuff. It's the squirrels. Just like if there's anybody's comment right now that gets held in this chat, it's the squirrels doing it. And again, I can only see it on the mobile. I don't see it here. So I would physically have to be sitting there staring at my phone to deal with that, which I can't. That's too many things to do at one time. So, throughout the years, I get the same thing. Hey, man, you're holding me, you're blocking me, you're doing this. Well, 99.99%, it's the Google squirrels, not me. I mean, hell, 2-3 days ago when I was doing that big long stream, I said something about Nazi Germany, and it didn't show up here. So I typed something out, and the Google squirrels apparently sniped my own comment. Anyhow. When am I going to pop some beers and have a proper party? That might be coming soon. It might be coming soon. I've been off the sauce for over 2 years. The world has not gotten easier. It's gotten crazier. We're in the middle of World War III. Got the Chinese out here whacking people with batons and water cannon and folks. Well, I'm worried about something that might kill me in 30 years when there's so many things that could kill me today. What's wrong with drinking a beer? I've been questioning it. Life was much better back when people partied and drank beer, smoked cigars, listened to music, went out to clubs, chased women. Life was much better back then. Nowadays, what's this younger generation focused on? Well, they're not focused on chasing women or drinking beer or partying. So what are they focused on? Creating computer programs and humanoid robots that's going to kill us all. Why? Because they ain't doing nothing else. Idle hands do the devil's work. My generation, we didn't have no time to create fucking killer robots or goddamn artificial intelligence. Why? We were too busy chasing pussy and drinking beer and going out and dancing and partying and going to concerts and having a great time in life. So has the world become a better place because greater percentages of the population have given up on drinking? I don't think so. Everybody needs to go back to drinking and chilling the fuck out instead of creating new ways to kill each other and wipe out humanity. Which will be first, a washing machine or having a beer? I'm not a betting man, but I think the odds are on a cold beer. Probably a refrigerator or a cold beer coming from a refrigerator. Look, I'm not against getting a girl a spinner, right, to help the clothes dry. I mean, y'all watched her wash them clothes at the beginning of this live stream. It's beautiful. It's beautiful watching Big Pumpkin wash clothes. I mean, I sit there in my camp chair, used to drinking a cold beer, just watch her wash the clothes by hand. It's beautiful. I get her a washing machine, I deprive myself of that benefit. Why would I want to do that to myself? That don't make no sense. There you go. Kane Zilla says, I still chase women and drink beer at 60. God bless you, my friend. That's what I'm saying. Why am I not? Look, I'm not saying I'm going back to the lifestyle of spending 3 days on a thunder run, laid up somewhere. Big Pumpkin don't even know where I'm at. Nah, I'm not talking about that lifestyle. I'm talking about just drinking beer while I'm barbecuing. Glass of red wine while I'm chopping up some onions. What's wrong with that? Nothing. Let's see. Living Blank says roosters barking dogs without a leash, no shots, and all of them sick looking. Talking about the dogs. Bad singers everywhere. Yeah, you describe it. Yeah, one man's paradise is the exact opposite to another. And I'll agree. When I was drinking and just had a beer in my hand all the time, somebody fires up that vidjokey, I'm gonna go over there and sit back and listen to it. Don't care how bad it is. When you sober up, that shit grates on you. I agree. It's all about perspectives and where you're at in life and the lifestyle. And it's just like going to her village. When I was drinking, I don't give a shit. Let's go over there. I got my little party pack, my wine kit. I sit over there and drink my beer, listen to my music, do some filming, talk to you fine folks through the camera. I wasn't in a big hurry. Tito Ramel breaks out some dance moves. I'm encouraging it. And then when you sober up, what I want to do, I want to go over there, eat, get the footage in the can, and get the hell out of there. Just different times of life, Boom! The Professor coming off the top ropes. Thank you very much for that grande. Thank you very much, my friend. And talking about grandes, I used to, like when I would get the big grandes, the grandes to me always tasted better than the beer coming out of the regular bottle. Maybe that's just me. Maybe they were getting them from a different brewery. I don't know. But I just always used to love the grandes much better than the regular bottle of beer. Does that make any sense? Maybe it's just because I drank more, and drank faster. I don't know. But I love the grandes. See, Guitar Jam says another AI model went rogue the other day. So another computer program did exactly what it was programmed to do. There you go. Garbage in, garbage out. They programmed the program to perform a function, and the program performed the function. Let's see, Keith, how are you doing, my friend? Let's see, back up to It's Obvious, says my Filipina has a dryer. Mine does too, in the form of a clothesline. She got a clothesline dryer. Don't run up my electric bill. And then earlier, let's see, Living Blank, you were talking about The Sopranos. And recently, I can't remember his name, but the one guy on The Sopranos just passed away. May you rest in peace. He was on Gotti, the one with Armand Asante. I'd love to have, I last talking about Miller. I'd love to have a Miller Lite right now. If I had a Miller Lite, boom! Peter Stimler coming off the top ropes of the Octagon. Thank you very much. Greetings from Bruce City, Milwaukee. Keep up the great content. Thank you very much, my friend. Yeah, if I had a Miller Lite right now, I would drink it right now. I talked about when I went back to the States, Miller Lite, to me, was still the same exact match taste that it always was. It was like the quality was still there, the taste was still there. Man, if I had Miller Lite in front of me, there's no way I would not drink it. I would have to. And then, talking about Bud Light, I had quit drinking Bud Light way before the Ladyboy debacle in the marketing, because they had changed the recipe and the taste so much that it was unrecognizable to me. And I drank a lot of Bud Light back in the day. And shout out to my buddy, man. He brought me those cans of beer when that lockdown was going down. And, man, long story, but he was at Central Park Reef, and they were locking it down over in Barretto, and they transferred them to Angeles. But he brought me those beers. And that's when I realized, like, this don't taste nothing like the Bud Light I know from years ago. So I'd given up on Bud Light long before the Ladyboy debacle. But Miller Lite was the one beer that seemed to me like they had not changed the quality. Let's see, what's the beer that they just retired? Was Schlitz, right? Didn't they just say they're not brewing any more Schlitz? Anthony, how you doing? Best beer to drink in the Philippines. Well, every day I used to drink San Mig Light. For me, that's like bottled water. I think that's pretty much what everybody drinks. Get a San Mig Light, put your calamansi in there. Okay, was that his name? Mr. Vincent Pastore? That's who passed away. Again, he was on The Sopranos, the Gotti movie. Okay, so Peter says, yeah, Schlitz. Schlitz is no more. What's the world coming to? No more Schlitz. We're talking about how Jim Beam has paused production for 2026 because they've got more supply than the demand. They got no place to put it, I guess. Run out of warehouse space. What's the world coming to? If people aren't drinking anymore, they're not partying, they're not interested in meeting women, having kids. Yeah, you got access to a big selection of beer, here in the Philippines. Probably if I go back to drinking, it'll be mostly the German beer. Get down at Angel's Bakery. I'm a big fiend for the German beer. It's quality. It's not much more for the price when you really look at it and do the math. And I end up drinking a lot less. It's just quality. The next day I don't have the hangover. I drink less, taste better. I'll say this: if I go back to drinking, I'm not drinking anything but quality, and that's not saying, hey, I'm rich, I got big pockets, but I'm not drinking no cheap liquor anymore. Probably I'll stick to Jack Daniels, good German beer. Now the wine, I'm okay with Carlo Rossi California Red. Some people might say that's a cheap wine. Price-wise it is, but I don't find it cheap in quality or taste. But I'm not drinking any, back when I was backpacking around Southeast Asia, drinking anything they put in front of me or any of the local stuff. I'm just not into that. Not into that anymore. Looking back, all them cheap-ass places I stayed at, they bring out them free drinks, and then you have these incidents over there, most recently in Laos. All those kids died over drinking that rot gut liquor that they served them. That could have very easily been me back in the day. I mean, and you sit there and think about it when you're sober. You're like, okay, you check into a $6 a night place and they're going to bring out some free drinks. How does that math add up, right? No, I'm sticking to quality. I go back to drinking is quality. And a big thing for me getting older, I can't deal with the hangovers. Well, a big difference in a hangover is whether you drink cheap rot gut shit or drink some quality liquor. It's different. Most of the time I was drinking cheap stuff, and then I feel like shit for the next week. So I gotta stick to quality. Stick to German beer. Stick to Jack Daniels. Yeah, I like the German beer, like Francis Conner. Like Francis Conner, it's got a picture of a Catholic monk on the front of it. Delicious beer. Those Bavarian beers. Yeah, I can't drink Red Horse. It's too strong, makes me crazy. My dad came over, he loved it. He's like, man, that thing is delicious. He'd drink them all night. He's cool with it. Red Horse, to me, has worse effect on me than cheap tequila. It makes me crazy. I can't drink it no more. Yeah, alcohol sales in the U.S. are down, I think that's right, around 52%. And Peter brings up a good point. A lot of people in America have replaced alcohol with what? With weed or some form of it. Keith says better drinking a quality cider. Yeah, quality for me is a key word. It used to be quantity. I'm looking for the cheapest deal for the quantity. Sit there and see them reap. What was it, 50 cents? 50 cents for a draft beer? Maybe it still is. Yeah, ZBS1. Francis Conner is lovely. Yeah, I like a good Hoegaarden too. But if I had a choice, Francis Conner. And I don't know if any of y'all are on Bataan Island or there back in the day, but there was a gentleman who ran the German beer garden there for a while in Santa Fe. I don't know if anybody remembers that. That was a great time period when he had that thing up and running. Just an awesome time. Everybody went there, big party. And that's where I first started drinking that Francis Conner. And it wasn't an outrageous price. I used to think, man, how did he get this delicious beer all the way here from Bavaria? And it wasn't even 200 pesos. I'm like, how's that? How can that be possible? You know what I mean? But what a great time. Anybody who was on Bataan Island back what time frame was that? 2014, 2015. It was after Yolanda. The gentleman opened up that beer garden. And last I heard that he got sick or had a heart attack or something, and maybe he got sent back, made it back to his home country, and then the beer garden just got shut down. I can't remember the exact story. I just remember it was a good time when that thing was up and operating. Alcohol dehydration is what makes you hungover. Yeah, I'll agree. That's one factor, but also cheap liquor is a lot rougher on the hangover than quality liquor. So I can't drink no more cheap stuff. Go back to drinking, it'll be quality. Chris says more Red Horse is more karaoke. Yeah. And again, when you're drinking, you love that karaoke. You love bad karaoke. You love all that stuff. But you stop drinking, it's not as fun. That's what I need here. Really, I just need a proper vidjoki machine. We did a video. We stopped by that vidjoki shop. What's it called? Three Kings Vidjoki, right there in Angeles City. Shout out to my buddy. Showed us around. I think it was $28,000 for that brand new, the real proper size vidjoki machine with the flat screen. I think that's right, about $28,000. Somebody can put the US up there. But how many times throughout the years have I had to rent a vidjoki machine? Look, we move around a lot. It don't make sense for us, but say you move over here, you're building a house, your wife, y'all got a permanent place. I think one of the first purchases you could really invest in and actually get your money back is a vidjoki machine. Now, it don't work for me because I'm too mobile, too expeditionary, but how much money have I spent over the years renting vidjoki machines? It adds up to be a lot of money. Between birthday parties you're kicking in on, fiestas, Christmas, whatever, there's always a vidjoki machine involved, and you got to rent that damn thing. And I'm just sitting there thinking, well, if I had a permanent place, or if you're gonna move over here and have a permanent place, probably no shit, spend $28,000 and buy yourself a vidjoki machine, and at some point you'll break even and start getting your money back, because it's a main focus, it's a main staple. What's the word? It's a main key piece of equipment on any type of party that goes on here. Most everything else you're going to lose money on, but I think $28,000, probably within a couple years, you would end up getting your money back and then start saving money on that piece of equipment. Yeah, he was in a few of my videos, a little bit of the footage. All right, Gregory says Modelo has taken over Corona and Dos Equis. Yeah, is Modelo, pardon my ignorance, but I know Bud Light ain't number one no more, right? Is that what dethroned Bud Light, is Modelo? Yeah, and Anthony says cheap shit makes you angry. Yeah, it just makes you crazy. I'm drinking quality stuff I can maintain, much nicer do. Yeah, vidjoki is just part of the culture. It's part of the culture, what goes on, and again, you just find yourself renting one of these damn machines so often. I mean, like over at the beach, I think that was a pretty good deal. We just dropped the dude, dropped him 1K. They brought the machine right there for the whole evening. But I mean, it pays so many different prices throughout the years. You get a couple days, 3K, what have you. And to be honest, I don't think it would take 2 years to get your money back. You get your money back in 1 year, especially if you move, to your wife's village or around her family, and everybody's got these damn birthday parties, and everybody wants a video machine. So everybody's going to look at you, the Cano, to chip in. You got to have a video machine. I'd say you make your money back in 1 year, especially if you're living in your wife's hometown. There you go. Maybe I should start selling video machines. But again, shout out to my friend. I can't remember your name. But I remember it was at Three Kings Vidjoki, not too far from, from in between Oppo Market and Pampang Market over in that area of Angeles City, called Three Kings Vidjoki. Showed us around. You got all kind of good stuff over there. Dog's in his 70s, I reckon. He's still hanging in there in great shape. Like all the people on my dad's side of the family, we all like junkyard dogs. Can't kill us. You know what I mean? They smoke cigarettes, cigars, drink beer, whiskey, barbecue, dance. Ain't nobody going down. Yeah, you gotta lay down some rules, and of course, most of the time that don't help. But yeah, they're rough on equipment, right? Like the big things, the damn microphones. Everybody getting drunk, stepping on the wires of the microphones, or dropping the damn mic, or getting it wet, setting it on the table. Imagine you'd be buying new microphones like every 2 or 3 months. But I just still maintain, as much money as I've chipped in and shelled out over the years, it's just cheaper to buy your own damn machine. I mean, hell, a lot of people get away with, the Bluetooth speaker and the cheap setup. But for the full effect, I mean, if you want to go full Monty, you just got to break down and get the real machine. And like over there at Three Kings, they got all the, they got so many different graphics on there. You can give them your own graphics and put on there. And, if you're into bass boats, give them some pictures of some bass boats. Now you got a vidjoki machine with nothing but bass boats on there. See, Keith, am I Canadian? No, I'm originally from the backwoods of the great state of Mississippi. Yeah, let's see, from Aberdeen, Scotland. All right, my friend. Now I'm a Cano, Americano. We'd like to take a trip to Scotland. There's a company there that makes leather jackets. I'd like to stop by and visit their shop. All right, let me go around the horn. Got 129 thumbs up, so I got 5 thumbs downs. Let's check on the current weather conditions here near the beautiful Subic Bay. Looks like we still got a sprinkling of rain going on, according to my sophisticated rain measuring and monitoring device. It's called my frog pond. My frog pond tells me that there's a sprinkling of rain going on right now. I don't think anybody would dispute that. That's a live stream feed from the frog pond. What y'all think? Meteorologist ain't got nothing on me and my frog pond. And then you want to see wind speeds. Boom, look at that. Wind speed about 0 kilometers per hour because the leaves of the mango tree ain't moving. There you go. There's your current weather conditions here on the beautiful Subic Bay here in the Philippines. And then the graphic that you're seeing there is courtesy of Pagasa. The website is panahan.gov.ph. It's like their local version of the Windy app. Man, it's just a great product. So all of my weather information comes directly from Pagasa, that app website that they got there, along with 2 other web pages. The one that talks about the tropical storms, if there is one, and the other one that lists the rainfall. It just lists the rainfall as a 3-day projection. So y'all seen it. That's where I get my weather information from. Let's see, Gregory's saying not too many skeeters there. No, we're very fortunate that there's not here. We lived in places where they were a problem. We don't have a bug problem here or a mosquito problem. There's very few. Now, why is that? Well, I think number one, we're up on an elevation. And when I talk about my frog pond back there, it's only there because of the heavy rain. You know what I mean? It'll eventually just going to run out of there. But maybe because of all the frogs. They sit around at night and eat bugs. So maybe they help contribute to eating the mosquitoes. We're sort of on a little elevation, so there's not really too many places for standing water. Our only place with standing water is temporary, and there's a ton of frogs in there. So luckily we don't have a big bug problem here at all. Got a few flies every now and then since it started raining, but I can't complain. I better knock on wood. I mean, we've lived in places with big ass roaches, with a ton of mosquitoes, a ton of flies. Trust me, it's a roll of the dice wherever you go dealing with these things. Usually that's why we kept an aircon running all night long, is to, if you got a cold aircon, keep the temperature down, keep the fan going. Well, you're not dealing with mosquitoes eating your ass up all night. But we don't have that problem here. Again, knock on wood. Yep, that's where I'm from. Tupelo, Mississippi, birthplace of Elvis. Beautiful town. What's crazy is there's this documentary, and you can't make this shit up. You cannot make this shit up. If it's still on Netflix, it's called The Kings of Tupelo. Craziest fucking story, and if you start watching it, you'll remember in the back of your brain when the shit came out in the national news. Some of y'all will. It's just a crazy ass story. Shit that you cannot make up. It had to fucking happen in Tupelo. Anyhow, it's called The Kings of Tupelo. You're in for a crazy ride if you dare watch that damn short documentary. True story. I don't think you could tell a story any crazier that happens to be true. Out of all the places in the damn world, it had to happen there. Alright, so let me go around the horn here and check my equipment. Am I still going good on the old YouTube? Yeah, looks like everything's operating in the green. Let me come over here to Twitch and Kick and see if everything is operating as it should. I want to thank you for joining me. If you are over on Kick or Twitch, I think it looks pretty good. I think I got 20 something followers on each of those platforms. Somebody told me that those are basically video gaming platforms, and I don't play video games. You know, my buddy said, "Hey man, why aren't you streaming to multiple platforms?" I said, "I don't know. It's a good question." So I keep telling the story, but I spent a whole day. I got up on Facebook, I got up on Instagram, and since then the Facebook has got disconnected. Can't get it to work. Don't like Mark Zuckerberg anyhow. The Instagram will only give you an hour's worth of airtime. Elon Musk wants some money to be able to stream on Twitter. I gotta pay him some money one day. But these two other platforms, they're solid. They're easy to hook up. They're solid. The technology is there. Quality is right on. Much better than Mark Zuckerberg's setup. Let's see, Living Blank was saying I was on the way to Destin, Florida. Yeah, I love Destin too. Love that area. Man, has that area changed over the years. I keep telling the story, but I've been back. What was it, 2020 when I was there, or the last time? Shit, I lose track. Tried to go down there and eat at Pineapple Willie's. It was so crowded. Well, I guess my past 2 trips back, right? Or maybe I'm getting them confused. I tried to go to Pineapple Willie's there in Panama City Beach. It was so crowded I couldn't get in my old favorite place to get something to eat. I was excited about them ribs. So I ended up down at Pompano Joe's. Y'all know, some of y'all know what I'm talking about. I had one seat at the bar. I had to sit at the bar by myself. The place was packed. My goodness. Back in the day, you didn't have no problem getting into those places. Yeah, they were crowded, but you could get in there. But my attempt of eating at Pineapple Willie's, I was a no-go at that station. Almost a no-go at Pompano Joe's. It's so damn crowded down there now. And I don't know if y'all ever search for sand dollars, right? Everybody searches the beach for sand dollars. Maybe people don't do that no more. But this dude taught me a trick down at Panama City Beach. I can get all the sand dollars that you want. I'm not going to tell the trick. I've said too much already. But if I was on Panama City Beach right now, I'd get you all the sand dollars you want. Alright, I'm getting pull my Fred Sanford here for a second. Get my Fred Sanford glasses on. Boom! Guillermo Tobar coming off the top ropes. And thank you very much, my friend. Let me get that up on the screen there. Let's see, a little something to ride out the storm in less perfect weather. Greetings to the beautiful family and people of the Philippines from Melbourne, Australia. Thank you very much, my friend. Hope you're doing well there in Melbourne. Certainly appreciate it. Let's see, make that a little bit longer there. There we go. Alright, so how many got? 71 folks here hanging out. Folks, I want to thank y'all for hanging out with me this morning on my weather report, live weather report here from the Philippines. Let's see, let's go around the horn and get some more information here, see if there's anything new straight from Pagasa. Okay, nothing new, same thing, same bulletin from 5 a.m. And then this is the rainfall. That's the same one we looked at earlier. But long story short, if you're around Subic Bay, it's supposed to be heavy rain today, tomorrow, going into Monday at noon. We're on the list for 100 to 200 millimeters of rain per day, according to Pagasa. There you go right there. Coming straight from the source. No fluff. Let's see, Jethro, how are you, my friend? Checking in from western central Pennsylvania. I hope you're doing well. All right, let's just go see what the news is, the latest news. I just get my news from the Philippine News Agency. Storms cause some agricultural damage up in La Union. Let's open up that tab. We had a magnitude 5.4 quake go down. We already talked about. So let's just go over here. Talking about tropical cyclones Luis and Mai, along with the enhanced southwest monsoon. And basically the rain that we're getting here is due to the southwest monsoon, according to the meteorologists. The Habagat have caused 11.1 million pesos in initial damage to La Union's agriculture sector. That's according to the Provincial Disaster Office. Over 411 farmers were affected. They're still checking the number of fisher folk who were affected by the storms. So folks, when I do these streams, all I can do is tell you the conditions where I'm at, right? And for me to say anything else about anywhere else, I'm just speculating. I'm just speculating like anybody else or reading news reports. So obviously these heavy rains impact others severely, especially farmers, right? But when I say, hey, we're good here, all I can do is tell you for a fact what's going on in my world. I'm sitting up on high ground. Usually here all we get's hard rain. We don't get tornadoes or roofs getting ripped off like in other areas. We just ride out the rain. It basically drives us indoors for a while. When I go to rent a place, I make sure it's up on some elevation where I'm not dealing with flooding in my living room. So we're usually good. We're always good. But obviously other folks are severely impacted by these rains. And so largest losses were recorded in the vegetable sector, followed by fruits, fishery sector, irrigation facilities, and then looks like they've distributed some food packets up there. And then folks sustained some damage to their houses. So obviously, any of these storms, people are being impacted and, have a severe impact to at least their livelihoods due to these floods. So just bring that up. I don't want to downplay the effects of these storms. I can just tell you what happens to us as a fact. Let's see. Jethro, western central Pennsylvania. Light rain just inside the foothills of the Appalachian Mountains in western central Pennsylvania. All right, thank you very much for that report. Koya Steve says my region averages 200 millimeters per year. You're getting our yearly rain in 2 days. Okay, yeah, so a big difference. And you know, just again, you know, we lived over here. I just always said, you know, especially after the first year we were over here, I said, man, that's the roughest rainy season I've ever rode out anywhere in Southeast Asia. It was right over here on Subic. And again, not devastation, it's just a lot of rain. That's my experience living over here. And, you know, versus living in, say, Angeles City, a lot less rain in AC compared to here. Let's see, so we went to talking about, that's the thing about these streams, you know, we start talking about so many different things. The topic or the focus is the weather, but during this stream we've talked about everything from beer to brownouts to what's going on in the Strait of Hormuz, to videoke machines. You know what I mean? Sort of just like hanging out at a bar having a beer. I certainly could use a beer right now. I guess the question is, if I go back to drinking, how am I going to ring it back in properly? How am I going to do it? They serve beer at Texas Joe's. Maybe I just pull into Texas Joe's, have everybody get dressed up, go out for proper dinner. Everybody orders drinks. Just right there, right before that barbecue gets to the table. Yeah, been dreaming about barbecue from Texas Joe's for a while now. I think what we used to get down there, was it called the Tennessee Trio Sampler or Tennessee Trio? I can't remember. Just been dreaming about Texas Joe's. Used to go there with my buddy Dennis. May you rest in peace, my good friend. I miss you. Old Dennis, he was a handful. Sounds like Big Pumpkin and the kids have returned. What time is it? After 1, they have returned. So what I'm going to try to do is to get her to give you give us a sneak peek at these pork steaks. Now I'm dreaming of some nice, properly cut pork steaks. Baby, come on in here and bring them pork steaks in here. I want to see them nice frozen pork steaks from Fresh Options, and I want to see the receipt. She ain't going to be able to produce a receipt. Why? Because she ain't got these pork steaks from Fresh Options. If she did, I'll be very happy about it. I'll even give her a 5-minute massage tonight. Now, I see a lot of fat on them things. Where'd you get that at? Huh?
Supermarket.
That's not from Fresh Options. Hold them up to the camera. Let's see the fat content. Don't lick no pork juice on my microphone. No, the camera's over there. Look, not that camera. That camera over there.
It's cold.
Is it cold?
Oh.
They're not fat. Nothing like a light, little light dusting of pork juice to brighten up your day. Now, I knew when she walked through the door, those weren't from Fresh Options. I knew right then. I knew when I looked, I knew that wasn't Fresh Options. I knew she got them from somewhere else. And she claims they come from the Baltimore. If so, okay.
Ice cream is going to melt, so you eat now.
Where'd you get this?
Ala, supermarket pala.
Huh?
Supermarket.
Look at that. Big pumpkin. Big pumpkin brought me some ice cream. I will have a little bit to help settle my voice. Look at that. But you didn't get them pork steaks from Fresh Options. There's a lot of fat on there.
You said it's okay in the Fresh Option and it's okay in the Walter in the supermarket. Oh, sumbaging kita dyan eh.
Well, I guess the Walter. She calls it the Walter. It's okay that she went to the Walter. But I knew right when she walked through the door. Those weren't Fresh Options. Oh, yeah. Man, that hit the spot. That's some type of caramel right there. I hate to eat in front of y'all, but it was helping out my voice. No, she didn't go to the Fresh Options. I knew when she walked through the door, but I think the reason why they like going to the Walter Mart getting the ice cream. So she's thinking, we go to the Walter Mart and get the ice cream. I guess that's better than the alternative. But truth be told, I like to get my meat from Fresh Options because I know what I'm getting. I like the look. I like the cut, the thickness of the pork steaks. You can't beat the pork steaks. Fresh Options. That's some kind of delicious right there. What do they call this? They call this a mukbang, where the host is broadcasting live eating a lot of food. I think that's what they call the mukbang. Sammy said it's raining in Angeles too. Yeah, 12 hours apart from the East Coast. You can't get no further. If you got any further, you'd be getting closer. Yeah, I got Fresh Options up here in Subic. If I had to list one of the biggest things that I really missed, well, one of the big things I missed living down in her hometown was there was no Fresh Options there. As long as you live close to a Fresh Options, preferably within walking distance of a Fresh Options, where you can just go get the pork steaks, get the boneless chicken breasts, get your chicken wings. Life is good. But we didn't have no Fresh Options down there. Didn't have access to my pork steaks. So Kuya Steve saying they shut down the schools in Angeles City too. Yeah, and again, I think it's a good call. I mean, used to I was like, man, why do you keep calling off school, this and that? But kids got to get back and forth. A lot of kids are walking some of the distance, if not all of the distance. It's not like America, where your kid gets on the school bus, they drop them off at school, or you're dropping your kid off at the curb. It's different here. Some of the kids here, they walk all the way to school. They walk part of the way to school. Rain, sleet, snow, or shine. Walking through these low areas. So you got to understand, it's a lot different here. Kids aren't just getting out of the suburban underneath the covered part at the school. It doesn't work like that. They're riding in trikes, riding on the backs of motorbikes. I take Maria to school on the motorbike. You know, now if it rains, we call it Kuya in the trike. But, you know, you got to understand here, a place like this, it's a lot better if they do suspend the school when there's severe inclement weather. Kids ain't going to school in the minivan here. Yeah, I didn't know what mukbang meant. Somebody looked that up. Put the definition up there, mukbang. I thought mukbang was a food, but it's not. I think it's a Korean word that means something about live broadcast of eating or something like that. Hey, who opened my door?
Oh, you're surprised, di ba? Oh, yan.
What's this?
Yan, Coke pa.
Look at this. Big pumpkin coming in here. All kind of food. Got me a Coke.
Oh, you said you want surprise.
Yeah, this is a wonderful surprise, baby.
You always complain that I'm not. Oh.
I went from the live weather broadcast to the mukbang. Baby, I'm doing mukbang.
Yeah, you're doing mukbang.
Yeah, I got a full mukbang going on here.
See?
I think I'm saying that right. Maybe I got to Google that. Maybe it's not mukbang. I gotta figure that out, huh?
Yeah, that's mukbang.
Oh, somebody put the definition of mukbang up there. It's like MUKBANG or something like that.
Forrest is doing mukbang.
Forrest G's doing mukbang on something. Probably some French fries over there. Everybody always says when I do my videos, hey man, why don't y'all show us, let us see you all eating. Well, hey Steve-O, how you doing, my friend? I've just assumed over the years, like after we cook the food, nobody wants to watch us eating. But apparently it's quite the opposite, right? People like to watch others eat. Okay, thank you very much, Guapong Bacalao. A mukbang is an online video or live stream where a host eats large amounts of food while talking to an audience. The word comes from South Korea. It joins the Korean words for eating, muknung, and I can't see nothing after the B. Maybe to cut you off there. But see, I wasn't lying. I thought mukbang was some type of food. I had no idea. Well, I had no idea that people like to watch others eat either. I mean, you know, I watch No Reservations, Parts Unknown, I get that. But they just saw short clips, and people have sent me comments. Hey man, why don't you ever show us y'all eating the food? I'm like, I didn't know people wanted to watch that. And broadcasting, there you go. Eating and broadcasting. Muknung and bang song. So folks, hashtag mukbang. This weather report has turned into me eating ice cream and French fries. Mukbang. Oh yeah. That is some kind of delicious. Right there, look at that. I'm gonna tell you right now, I highly recommend this. That is some kind of delicious. Look at that. Right there. Right there. Great ice cream for your mukbang. Yeah, I wasn't lying. I told you, the word is mukbang. According to Guapong, it's from South Korea. Yeah, mukbang. I thought it meant like French fries or shrimp paste. I don't know what it meant. Oh yeah. Look at that. Welcome to my show. I'm the host of this mukbang event where I'm eating large amounts of French fries and ice cream while talking to an audience. We'll get a little closer for the ASMR. That's important too. Oh yeah. Real nice. Got a little 80s music in the background. A little pour some sugar on me. I never understood the ASMR stuff. But like I said, I caught Maria one time watching this Korean chick crunching on hard candy. I'm like, why are you watching that? They weren't talking, they weren't saying nothing. She was just sitting there with all this candy laid out on the table, crunching the hard candy for like an hour. It had probably 7 million views. Look at that. That is some good damn ice cream right there. Big Pumpkin really knocked it out of the park. Sammy said, my wife just made lunch. Stay inside while it's raining and get fat. Think about my situation. I messed around and got a little bit too skinny. So I need to be eating this ice cream right here. I'm telling you, that's delicious. I guess I need to put the mukbang on display. I don't know, because I've never done a mukbang before. So Steve-O says, I've been getting into this dude that gets haircuts and massages in Pattaya. 800,000 subs. Okay, all right, I'll bite. Explain it. What does he do? He just goes in and gets a haircut and don't talk, and he's got 1 million subs? What's he do? The secret to his success. Well, you know, folks, I'm a dude too. I don't understand. Okay, people playing video games, and you know, there's 10 million views. Okay, back in the day, I wanted to play the video game. I didn't want to watch somebody else play the video game. I wanted to watch you lose in a hurry where it was my turn to play. So I don't understand it. I don't understand why people... I mean, wouldn't you want to play the video game versus watching somebody playing the video game? I don't get it. So the dude who just gets haircuts, does he talk during the haircut, or he just goes in and gets a haircut and he's got 1 million subs? I mean, good on him. I mean, shit, people want to watch me. They get 1 million viewers watching me get a haircut. I'll go get a damn haircut every day. Be walking around cowboy. Should go get some damn wigs. Yep, take it all off.
I'm going to grill. I'm going to grill.
Yeah, I want them chops on the grill.
So when I'm going to do grill?
You can do grill right now, but you know what? Where's that grill at?
Front.
Okay, yeah, you can do grill, and I'll just live stream the grilling operation.
Where I put the grill?
Yeah, leave it right where it's at.
It's in here.
No, put it down by the gate. Oh, it's right there. Why don't you put it by the gate? That way I can video the grill operation. Right now I'm doing a mukbang and you're disturbing me. Well, come over here and join the mukbang. Come here.
Where is it? Jump!
I'll get them dogs out of the house first. My gosh. Yeah. Leave the door open. Got 3 red 1010s coming in the house. Hey man, it's a private residence here. You're disturbing my mukbang. what you get when you leave the gate open. You come here to join the mukbang. We're doing a mukbang. It's a live broadcast where we eat large amounts of food. It's a Korean word. It's a mukbang. Oh, yeah.
Spicy.
Not spicy, it's cheese. Not barbecue.
No, it's spicy. It's baba.
So SML says people are so stressed out, they'll watch videos of other people getting massages pretending that it's them. Now, maybe that makes sense. People are living vicariously through this dude getting a haircut with a hot chick. Well, we'll see if my mukbang gets 1 million views. My first mukbang here. But according to your definition, the host has to keep talking. So if I'm talking with my mouth full, you got to deal with it, because that's what the mukbang is, right? Yeah, Big Pumpkin would put bagaong on anything. I'll switch over to the ice cream. Look, y'all don't feel sorry for them. They all in there. They got ice cream, French fries, everything else too. And there's no telling what they ate while they were up there too that they're not going to tell me about. I'll tell you. And again, I wouldn't eat like this, but I do need to put some pounds on. Sometimes I'm like, I usually don't eat this junk food, but right now I need to put on a few pounds, so it's intentional. I'm gonna tell y'all right now, that is some kind of good ice cream. Let's see, Steve-O. Now, which incident are you talking about, my friend? Yeah, she gave me this so I wouldn't come in there and start searching out what they got going on. All right, welcome back, David. Had to go grocery shopping, 11:30 at night in Chicago. That's a life of working evenings. I used to like evening watch though. You know, you work 3 to 11, somewhere in there. You can stay up late. You don't got to set an alarm clock. Welcome to the mukbang portion of my weather report, where the host eats a large amount of food while talking to the audience. I think I'm meeting all the elements of that crime. Speaking of crime, you know, for many years when I first moved over here, I didn't watch TV, didn't watch no movies. Really, a big chunk of time where I watched nothing, right? I was watching real life on a pole. Anyhow, so I'll stumble onto these old shows that are old news that I never heard of. So the other night, what the hell was it? What's it called? I'm watching it right now. It's called not South Park. South something. It's a LAPD series. Something. Not Southville. I'll think of it in a minute. Anyhow, me and Big Pumpkin been binge watching that past couple nights. Usually not into them cop shows too much anymore. It was a pretty good flick. It's an old show. Called South something. That's it. Southland. And it's more, I think it's more of the drama of it versus the cop stuff. It's a pretty good drama. Look at that. The question is, how's my performance on the mukbang? Could I be a professional mukbang champion here? Or do I need to start playing a video game too? We'll see. I'm going to be very surprised if this is the most watched portion of my show. Yeah, it's really good. Southland. And what is it, about 10 years old, somewhere in there? I mean, it's obviously old because on the footage where they're filming in Hollywood, there's not enough bums or tents or campsites to be modern day. It's quite obvious. They're delicious. You must have got these at right there in front of the Walmart, right there in front of the grocery store. But see, the other thing too is she didn't cook me no breakfast. I didn't have no breakfast, which is par for the course. And she got up there, got to eat, and started feeling guilty because she knows I'm back down in here sitting at the crib with no food. Got some barbecue French fries. It hit the spot. Had a breakfast of French fries and ice cream. And she didn't bring me a napkin, so when she walks in here, I'm gonna wipe my fingers on her t-shirt. I like these flavored fries. Anytime we go out, you always get the barbecue flavored fries. You know, you shake them up, put the spice in there, and shake them up. All right, got a little bit of rain going on. Look at that. Got the rain coming down in the frog pond. I'm doing a live mukbang operation here. Boom! Agent Latte coming off the top ropes. Pesos for the Ooling and the Bad Boy Grilling segment of the Steven Spielberg level live stream. Thank you very much, my friend. Thank you very much. That's a good question, though. They probably forgot to bring the charcoal. Now they gotta walk over to the Sorry store and get the Ooling. Ain't my problem. I skip a lot of meals around here. Big Pumpkin does her thing and he ain't worried about me. I'm an afterthought. The life of an old single dad. Let me check out the front here. All right, looks like Forrest G got something going on. Ain't nobody. Hey, who's watching Forrest G out there? Nobody. Watching himself. Old single dad doing more supervision on the boy from in here than they're doing out there. Yeah, I don't know how deep the pond is. I'm not sure how deep it is. I mean, I estimated 6 inches, maybe 8, but to be honest, I don't know. Might be a little deeper. It would be pure entertainment though, like you see a frog sitting there, this big ass huge python just wraps him up. I don't think that's gonna happen. See how many thumbs ups I got now. Wait a minute, 132 thumbs ups. I got 6 thumbs downs. I don't think the thumbs down was from my weather portion of the show. Maybe somebody don't like this mukbang, live eating activity. Man. Yeah, that's right. When the money's involved, we're not an afterthought. We're the first thing they think about. Once they get the money, we're the last thing they think about. Pretty much explains it. Man. Back to the ice cream for the mukbang portion. Look at that. Mr. Solo says, ain't it pronounced mukbang? Am I not saying it properly? Looks like mukbang to me. What these ladies out there doing to my barbecue grill. When I finish my mukbang, I'm gonna go out there and change the camera angle. Let's see, Steve-O. You know what? Okay, I was tracking on the Russian siblings in that incident. I'm not really tracking beyond that. I guess I'll have to catch myself up on what's going on. See, iLaugh says it's pronounced mukbang. I'm saying mukbang, but you're saying it's mukbang. Mukbang, mukbang. I like mukbang. Let's see. Look, Shampoo, how are you? Well, my old lady brought me some ice cream because she felt guilty for not cooking me breakfast. Now I'm doing a mukbang live stream where the host eats a large amount of food while talking to an audience. Let me get a little ASMR going on. Ready for the slurping action. Just like that. Just like that. Tore that ice cream up. I do have some activity going on outside the front. I gotta see if these ladies are messing with my barbecue grill. I'm still working on these fries though. The mukbang portion is not over. Just when you thought the show was almost over. Nope. I still got the mukbang on these fries. Yeah, it's a rainy season. This rain that you're witnessing is from the Habagat. Hey, man. I'm good. Listen. Okay, but make sure there's no National Geographic moments, all right?
I don't hurry up.
Make sure. Okay. Oh,
That's so far.
The camera's on you, baby.
That's so far away. I cannot see you, oy. I cannot see.
Yeah, I can see you. All right. Looks like I got Big Pumpkin, Lil' Kim out there on my barbecue grill. I'm about to zoom in a minute here. Easy on the grates there, ladies. My gosh. The Filipinas will tear up a damn anvil. Yeah, when I get a haircut, I go to sleep. But I thought you said the dude didn't talk. He doing ASMR. I get a haircut, I go to sleep, start snoring. That'd be the best ASMR video. And I told Big Pumpkin to watch the breast violations. This is a live stream. Ain't no National Geographic going on here. And she over there with all kind of parts hanging out. She's a good scrubber though. I usually don't like Filipinas messing with my barbecue grill. Yeah, the new bike's a champion. It's got pros and cons. It rides like a 3/4 ton with nothing in the back end. If I put Big Pumpkin on there, you know, you take a Ford F-250 and put a load of hollow blocks in the back, it rides smooth. So if I got Big Pumpkin on the back, it rides smooth. If not, that some bitch will jar the fillings out your teeth and the teeth out your head. Looks like Big Pumpkin scooped up Lil' Kim from somewhere. There ain't no telling what they've been doing this morning. I'll zoom in on that grill in just a minute. But I don't want y'all to be deprived of my mukbang operation right here. I got still in the mukbang. Oh yeah. coming on down now. Look like we got a sustained rain going on here, according to my sophisticated frog pine. Everything's good when you're hungry. Looks like little Kim's out there trying to start the grill, I believe. I'll have to get a zoom in on that camera in just a minute, but I want to finish my mukbang. Could get 1 million subscribers by the end of this broadcast. Yeah, the pond of Hormuz. More ships are moving through this pond than there are the Strait of Hormuz. Got a little bit of wind going on now. The wind and rain rolling in here on Subic Bay. Still trying to get that grill going. Looks like a little smoke. Little Kim got a little smoke going on over there. The thing about Filipinos, you gotta watch them. You gotta watch them when they start the charcoal, because they'll use plastic or trash. That's how they do it. They'll cut up a plastic bottle, any type of trash. And next thing you know, your pork steaks taste like plastic. You gotta watch them. Or they'll just put the whole plastic bag with the charcoal in there. They light the plastic bag. They'll do that shit when I'm not looking. Yeah. Buy a small propane torch. Man, that'd be too dangerous for this crew. I don't think I'd trust Big Pumpkin with a small propane torch. If I get her a small propane torch, I'd have to get a very big fire extinguisher. Oh yeah, look at that. Hope you enjoyed this mukbang. Where the host eats a large amount of food during a live stream while talking to a studio audience. Alright, let me see what they got going on out there. Alright folks, I'm going to tell you what I'm going to do. I got to go take a 10-100, reposition the camera. So I'm going to turn on the microphone outside and I'm going to take a short break. So I'm turning you over to the ladies. I'll be right back.
Paano gawin ako magagawin yung isip? Hindi na kasi, hindi natin lahat.
Pakinis.
Yan. Ano tayo natin?
Ito kami. Dami na mo.
Ang lamang pala.
Wala. Hindi na kaba mo. Ano lang pinamala mo?
Ang dami ng pakinig. Tapos sa bahay, talaga lang, pagkatulog ng isang tao.
Grabe na siya.
Oo, yung mga tulog-tulog, ano lang, mga oh, hinintay ko talaga magpumamahal. Yung sabi sa loob ng pagkakas. Sabi ng lagay.
Sige lang mga atin.
Sabi ng bayan.
Ganon. Kaya dito kasi niyo namin. Ano niya?
Sabi mo. Ang kapitulan na lang. Hindi mo pala. Dama ka na ba sa mga?
Bawal mo na, no?
Tumawag ako? Ano? Tumawag ako na yung pare. Oo. Hala! Ano ako tayo talaga? Sige pang ikaw.
Kapatid ka! Sabihin sa kira!
Hindi naman ako pinagalitan ni mama. Naman ikaw nila. Ay, dyan naman ako. Salamat ko na lang ako. Nagmutan ko na. Trip na yung sinilas ko, no?
Ala! Wala na yun, Dennis Marcos! Nag-live pa ni?
Ay na!
Nag-live pa ba na yun? Grabe! Akala ko! Hindi na Dennis Marcos!
Ano pala?
Ayan na pala eh.
Kunin ko dito.
How we doing?
Great.
Try to get the right angle on the ding.
Uy, yung ano!
What?
So far!
Okay. Enough with the I knows, lady. Let's get some English going on here. Gosh, too many I knows. All right, folks, give me just a second to adjust the proper angle on the dangle here. Get the camera out here, walk on the wild side. Out here in the rain. All right, how's that angle on the dangle? We got a grip in the way here. Big Pumpkin, can you pull the grill to the left just a little bit?
Look, did you see that it's ano? It's raining?
No, I didn't notice that it was raining. I wasn't real sure about that. Thank you very much for
It's raining, oh!
clearing that up. I appreciate you. And,
Ikaw lang kayo dito eh.
I mean, there's a little bit too much smoke. Can we do something about the
Close
smoke?
the door.
Huh?
Close the window.
Yeah. But Rick, it's a flamethrower.
No, patay tayo. Close na natin sa pagkakas.
So hold on, folks. Trying to get a right angle on the dangle here. Zoom in a little bit. Big Pumpkin, you're out of frame. Step over there. Don't worry about that water. You're not going to melt. You ain't made of sugar. You made of salt. Hey. Okay. Step that way. There you go, right there. Now back it up. Right there. That's your position right there. No, there's not too much smoke. Don't worry about the smoke. I'm not worried about the neighbor. If the neighbor wants to eat my food, don't tell him don't worry about that smoke. Alright folks, I think that's the best angle on the dangle. I'm out of cord. Okay ladies, you may proceed. Big Pumpkin. Action. Action, baby, action.
Bibili na sana ako ng sinilas. Sabi mo na, doon ka na eh. Hindi na lang. Hindi na lang ako mo. Pagkula talaga ako sa isang sinilas. Ang talaga kami kasi yung mag-aabot. Tulog ka na malapit. Saan ka sa kami? Di ba yung ulit-ulit na yung color juice? Pag yung nilagay mo sa puti.
Okay folks, I'm back. Back like a bad dream.
Sakit sa kamay. Binigyan mo.
Alright, I hope we got the right angle on the dangle. But tell me if there's any echo on the microphone. I got the microphone, the camera turned on. I got my microphone here, but they should be far enough apart. Maybe there's not that reverb echo. Somebody give me an audio check. Let me know if everything's okay.
Bakla ka ba?
Okay, can anybody hear me? Give me an audio check. Make sure I got my right microphone turned on here. Okay, Mr. Pink is reporting a mild echo. Okay, maybe that has to do with might be some type of latency from the camera to the HDMI versus this microphone. I'll tell you what I could do. I could put a wireless mic on Big Pumpkin. Oh yeah. Yeah. Big Daddy gonna get creative here. Just a minute. I'm putting the mic up Big Pumpkin.
Parang disgusto. Isang inipit ko kayo, isang gano'n. Hindi na lang doon. Hindi mo. Dan. Yup. Nalamat ko na natin upo.
Tapos yung ano? Yung ano? Yung ano?
I'll be right back, my friends. I'm gonna try and mic up the old girl here. Give me just a minute.
Ano yan? Ano yung dami? Hapon yan. Ayan! Uy, kayo na.
Resign mo, Ken! Yung tong ako yun. Basta sweat yun.
Okay, here goes nothing. Y'all watch your ears. I don't know how loud it's gonna be. Okay, how's that?
Buwan ka. Ilan to? Ano dito? Lahat to? Lahat to?
Oh, huy! Lagay mo yan doon! Hindi mo ilagay.
Yung... Kala ko yung lalang na agad eh. Sige, tawa.
Sige, lagay. Sige, tawa ka dyan. Iyak ka later.
Not a distortion.
Painitin muna natin yung utak.
Because she's so noisy.
Painitin mo utak mo ka lang. Huwag mo na.
Hold up, gotta make a change.
Huwag mo inasalod.
Huwag mo isa na doon para bumubuo siya ang paan. Para hindi siya magbuot yung...
Mag-usok. Kasi Tagalog na eh.
So, ganda yun. Ganda yun.
Ako nag-ihirapan kayo eh.
Babayaan mo yun sila. Ano yan?
Nalamat ko na lang ng usok eh.
Wala naman ito. Ano na to?
Pag tayo mamagay, dapat tawa tayo ng tawa, no?
O, initin muna natin siya. Yung mga bakterya dyan. Mapunta sa ano.
Pares kasi kami ni mama nito, yung sana sa ating yelo. Para kung...
Tae.
Para hindi
Ay.
para... Para mangga. Yellow teams.
Okay, how's their audio?
Ewan ko sa'yo, Kim. Ingay-ingay mo, Kim. Ingay. Sakit na ulo ko. Asan ka, Kim? Punta ka nga dito, Kim. Huwag kang mahiya dyan. Ano, Marcos? You finish? Hi everyone. Welcome to my channel. Today's video, I'm going to cook a pork steak. Ay, ano na natin ito?
Okay, can everybody hear Big Pumpkin? I had to turn her microphone way down. Because she's so noisy.
Isa-isa.
Hindi.
She's so loud.
Kim's putting a pork in the
Hindi siya ay batak.
batag. Uy, that's so expensive, bro.
Oh, mahal.
The 1 kilo of that is
400.
490 ito. Then more than 1 kilo. Oh, that's more than 2 kilo yan. That's more than 2 kilo.
Lakas siya.
So,
Saan ka?
wala, idikit-dikit mo yan. Ano yan? Disco.
Quiet man.
Disco? May ano.
Tawa ka na naman ng tawa dyan, Ari. Sabihin niya, alo dyan.
Dun, iisog mo yan dun. Para naman yung ano, dancing ka lang. Isog yan. Walang disco dyan. Lagyan ko yan lemon. Isog. Idikit-dikit mo yan. Yan. Di naman, wala namang quarantine.
Okay, so
COVID-19 ba?
I think you can hear now. I had to turn my headphones off.
Yan.
But you know what? Big Pumpkin is always so noisy.
Laki na ito.
Lagyan mo dyan.
So
Yung isa
what the
dito.
ladies are doing,
Saan?
putting those
Dito.
pork chops on the grill. Look more like pork chops to me
Ah, dito yan,
versus pork
Ito yan
steaks.
sa is kabila. Malaki yung...
Again, if you're just joining me, I
Oh,
told her to go get
laki
the
ng
pork
lamok.
steaks.
Wait, ano pa?
Hintayin lang po natin
Easy,
masunog.
pulila.
Hintayin lang natin masunog.
We're going to wait until they're going to burn. We're going to wait until they're going to burn, okay? Peace out!
All right, 63 folks here now.
Teka, be.
Thank y'all
Wait,
very
be.
much for
Rest
joining
ko
us
na
on this
ako.
show.
I'm going to rest.
Still up and running on Twitch. Still up and running on Kick. Well, thank y'all very much for joining us here on the show. Let me get back into the game here while the ladies
Tulungan naman na ako, baby. Uy! Mwah! I
mess up
love
my
you.
barbecue operation.
I love you. What you doing, baby? Unsa man na yung
They're
ginawa,
around back
Maria?
doing something. I'm not exactly sure what they're doing around back.
Hoy, lalabas si Puri.
While they're
Isog
around
dito.
back,
Go,
I'll
go,
give you
go,
an update
go,
on the
go.
current weather conditions here in the Philippines. All right,
Huh?
you want to see the rainfall?
Sino?
Right there. There's the current rainfall.
Uy!
Do you realize how noisy you are? You have a wireless mic on. You're busting out people's eardrums. How long have we been doing this? Anyhow, I'm trying to show you the current rainfall on the frog pond back there. There's the current rainfall
We're
here
going
in
to
the
wait, guys,
Philippines,
until they're going to
100% accurate rainfall gauge.
Green lalabas?
There's
Hindi ata eh.
the technology showing what's left of tropical storm now low
Peace
pressure
out.
area my. And we're leaving the grill unattended. I'm not sure why Filipinos do that, but they always leave the cooking operations unattended. It don't matter if they're frying chicken, they'll walk away, let the chicken fry itself. Like, hey, if you're
Di naman ako
cooking,
marunong yan eh.
stay with the cooking operation in case there's some type of fire, some type of
Yung pinsan ko, di ba magkapit-bahay lang kami. Tinanong ko pa sila kung may power.
they don't
Huh?
care. They want to take a break, they're gonna take a break.
God.
Leave my
Buang ka, Kem.
beloved
Yan
barbecue
naman
grill
cellphone ko.
unattended. What I can do?
Easy boy love.
All right, there she is. All right, she's back out there now.
Guys, we're going to
Close
wait, guys.
supervision.
For rest first.
Nope, it was just a spot check. False alarm. All right, let me refresh my screen. Hit the refresh on the screen. Let's see if there's any update on this thing here. This low pressure system is headed
Kailan to?
eastward across northern
Ay, fake news
Luzon.
yan. Wala naman eh.
Down here in this
May
soup,
nakita kang baha doon sa Voltaire?
but
Oh, fake news.
conditions on the ground are just really light rain.
Baka.
Oh,
Not much on the
wala
wind,
yan.
not
Fake
much
news
to
yan.
worry about.
Di ba?
Saan ito?
Not
Ewan
much to
ko.
worry about here. I'm more worried about this
Ano heavy?
barbecue
Baka.
grill
Baka noon
operation.
pa yan.
But looks like they got the temperature up there.
1 hour
They got
ago?
the temperature up there,
Ay,
no
hindi.
problem. So it is
Saan
cooked.
to? Baha daw.
The question is,
Para masabay ng mga baka.
did they open, Big Pumpkin, did you open the smokestack
Fake news
chimney,
nga, no?
or is the chimney
Oo,
closed?
sa-
Do you have
sa
the
pagganun-
vents
ano?
open?
Fake news.
Big Pumpkin,
Paano ba
Big
baha
Pumpkin.
to?
From where I'm sitting, it looks like they have the smokestack closed. What do y'all think? All right, folks, I'm gonna have to go give them a warning to see if they've got the vents and the smokestack open. Usually they don't.
Oh, fake news nga.
So I'll
Nag-post
be
nga
right
si
back
Mayor.
with you. Hey.
Oh! It's open, oh! Oh! It's open! Nabuang. Okay, kulit na. Noon sa mga kadara, oy. Action ni na. Falling in love, falling in love.
Ano to?
Hindi, pork.
Okay, they said they had it open. It didn't look like it was open from back here. I guess they did. They got the vents open. Usually they have them closed. Let's
Guys.
see, Anthony, how you doing?
I don't know.
Say, bro, you got a great wife. She loves you. Yeah, she's a pretty good old mare, I reckon.
Marquitos, we just waiting in there. Naunsa ba kay?
She's okay. She's not exactly my girlfriend, but the bulldog, she takes care of me
Marquitos,
much
we
better.
just waiting in there para tang tala.
Baby,
Oh,
you're supposed to be keeping an eye on the barbecue grill. You can see the goat in the background over there just chilling. See, not too bad of a weather here.
Si Kim. We're just standing in there. Mga tala.
Well, you're supposed to keep an eye on the barbecue grill when it's got fire in it. You see any frogs out there in the frog pond?
Frog? Wala man.
No frogs?
Wala may frog.
I'll show you the frog pond. I asked her if she wants to go gigging for frogs
Hi,
with me in the
baby.
middle of the night.
Hi,
little
baby.
roadhouse.
I love you,
She's not interested in gigging for the frogs,
Mom,
hunting for the
Mama's talking.
frogs, or eating the frogs. She's not down with the frogs. Nah, you never see no
Don't
frogs
climbing for
during the
us,
day.
Maria.
You never see no frogs out there in the day. You just don't. I don't know where the
Keep
frogs are during the day.
being in love.
Oh, a button right there. There we go.
Palagi yan. Taro na mo tayo ano.
tagabantay ng panahon.
Yeah, so I'm 50-50 on her choice of the pork chops. You know what she did? She come in here with the fries and the ice cream.
Kasi
and
yung
Coke
ano yun.
to basically
yung
throw me
usok,
off
hindi
the fact that she did not
maluluto.
go get the pork steaks
Hindi
from
mag-ano.
Fresh Options.
Usok hindi
That's what
lalabas.
happened. The reason she don't like my pork steaks is they don't have much fat on them.
Oh, magstay in na siya.
Like some
Hindi siya
marbling
stay
type
out.
of fat in there, but they don't have big hunks of fat hanging off of them.
The smoke
why
is
she
just
don't
stay
like it.
in, not stay
I
out.
like it because it's mostly meat.
Grabe
She
yung
prefers
English yun ah.
mostly fat. Sammy Boy reporting more storms.
You need
in
to
the way.
open the
Hey
violation.
Doc,
Violation.
how you doing, my friend? Hope you're doing well. Thanks for stopping by.
Gusto kong bumili doon yung pagkain, yung
Hey,
yung
Butch,
inano
how you
natin.
doing, my friend?
Ay, oo nga.
Open,
Yes,
open,
you know
close
na.
na sa atin. Natulog ata
Filipinos
sa atin.
don't like them
Hindi, umalis
frogs.
si ate
I'm not
kasama si
interested in
kuya.
eating
Ah,
frogs.
malas ito.
I'm not saying
Hindi.
somebody here don't eat
Date
the
go to
frog.
yun.
I've never seen
Saan
nobody
sumakay si
here
ate?
eat frogs.
Sa loob.
Personal
Hindi
travel.
sa labas?
Raining pa.
Hindi sa labas?
It's raining pa ako.
Nah, not here, Mr. Solo.
Paano kayo pag
But I was staying on the ground floor of a hotel one time. The engine
Uy,
was
naano kasi
from a
ako
good flood and flooded out the CR.
kagabi. Hala, akala ko
I think I did a
bumaba ka na
video or
dito
an
kasi ang
article
lakas
said,
ng
hey,
ano eh.
never stay on the ground
Oo,
floor during the
grabe.
rainy season.
Akala ko
Always
na,
at least get
dito
one
na yung
deck
ano.
up.
Hindi naman kayo akyatin dito eh. Basta ang kaya ko.
Hindi
If
natin
you're
alam.
one of my barbecue grills from
Puti, kaya pag
company
ganun
called
yung ano,
Barrel
no?
Pro, made locally here
Hindi,
in the
matuluyuan.
Philippines.
Tuyo talaga yung kapag umuulan.
I think it's on sale right now, 7,500 pesos. It's like less than, I don't know, 130 bucks, somewhere in there. That's the Home Pro Gorilla, made from a food grade barrel.
Tapos ako yung
And if you look at the pizza oven, that's made from rolled steel.
Not bad.
I mean, the difference in weight is immense. That
Nilagyan ko
barrel's
kasi
very
ito ng
light.
ano,
You can
bagong
move that
uli.
thing around. That pizza oven is
Oo.
built like a damn Sherman tank. It'll last
Yan,
2
mo nga.
million years.
Ano yung mga...
So it looks like a time for the first
Meron
flip.
yun, ano yun.
Do I need to mute the ladies? Are they talking too much? Alright, so I muted the ladies. The big thing with the ladies, they're always talking in Tagalog, and I hear y'all's complaints that, you know, hey, why can't they speak English? We never understand what they're saying. Welcome to my world. I never understand what the hell they're saying either. Every now and then, you know, I catch a word or two. Because a lot of words in Tagalog are similar or the same as Spanish. So I know the overall topic that they're talking about, but I don't understand their conversation. Agent Latte, that's a great idea. Just go buy a bunch of gift cards and issue Big Pumpkin a gift card to Fresh Options. Yep, rain and chismes. That's probably pretty much what you'd be hearing. Big Pumpkin, they're reporting mostly chismes in Tagalog. Everybody's,
Chef, you want chicharon?
huh?
Chicharon.
Chicharrones. No, is that why you bought that fatty meat? What does it do here? What can it do? What can it do here? Y'all see the stress I'm under here, right? Trying to do my weather report. Trying to be a YouTube meteorologist. Trying to be a world famous mukbang presenter, where I eat a large amount of food in front of a live audience. One of y'all said it's pronounced mukbang. Up until recently, I didn't know what mukbang was. Thought it was some type of food. Sammy says, my kids speak English. Wife talks Filipino with friends. Only English allowed in the house. Yeah, I've been fighting that battle for years. Been fighting that battle for years. But you know, the problem with Big Pumpkin is that much shit as I give her, English is her third language. No, she says it's her second. That's Bola Bola. Bisaya is her first language. Tagalog is her second. And English is her distant third cousin. So it's always a challenge. Stayed 2 years down there in her hometown. Everybody's speaking Bisaya. Good thing is Maria learned Bisaya. The bad thing is her Tagalog sucks now. But now that they're up here, now Maria's Tagalog has to catch up, which will make her trilingual. The difference in Maria's trilingual ability is that, she's going to speak good English first, and she thinks in English. Or Big Pumpkin thinks in Bisaya and has to convert that shit to English somewhere on down the line, which ain't exactly the recipe for success. And she's stirring up the sauce there. I'm not sure what she's got, but I guarantee you it's got soy sauce in it. There's nothing in her world. Looks like she got a hold of some chicharrones. Now I'm going to turn her microphone back on so you can hear the ASMR crunching.
Bigyan mo nga si Forrest doon, Kim, para may mangat-ngat siya.
This is part of the
Like, ano na naman yun ni
portion
Maria?
of the show.
Mukbang.
How's that for ASMR? Can you hear that crunching?
Guys, look.
Yeah. Now you're getting chicharron grease
Look,
on the wireless microphone.
Sound check. Look, ha.
Little ASMR on a chicharron.
Did you hear that, guys?
For 9 years, I've been trying to explain how a microphone works.
Did you hear that?
Okay, I think everybody heard that down in your village without the microphone.
Did you hear that?
Yeah, but you don't need to be so noisy. It's a microphone. Hey, don't wipe your hands on my curtain.
No, I'm
You're
not
getting your
doing
greasy hands on my...
No.
It's a curtain. That's not a towel.
No.
Come on, get out of here. I'm going to lock the window.
Guys,
Yeah.
hear that?
Now my curtain's going to smell like chicharrones.
Binigyan mo si Forrest? Ayaw niya?
Let's see, Doc M reporting next month my retirement and exit from here. On my way to your neck of the woods. Well, congratulations, my friend.
Hindi na ako isa. Papalit
Congratulations.
nito, iyak. Kaya nga natin mag-isa din.
You're on a short clock.
Inano ni Maria, si Forrest Kim.
I don't have my headphones on. I'm sure y'all hear nothing but crunching.
Ah!
Alright, folks. Cut her microphone off. Probably a little bit too loud. Okay. Give them a few minutes break on the video. Let me get back to my technology here on the weather. Looks like a bunch of soup over Luzon, northern Luzon, what have you. But the ground truth conditions are, it's just light rain here, overlooking Subic Bay. Ain't no big issue. Ain't no big problem going on. Let me let y'all look at that for just a second. I gotta recover that microphone. Big Pumpkin. Big Pumpkin. I guess she's okay. Anytime I give Big Pumpkin the wireless microphone, when I give her the wireless microphone, that damn thing usually comes back smelling like something, like pork, chicken grease, fried chicken, bagaong. It always comes back with some type of smell to the wind muff where she's been eating. So I have to keep a close eye on the wireless microphone. And she's rocking her new top that she ordered, somehow in coordination with Joy Joy. But right out of $1, and it comes with a built-in bra. So it's sort of solved a lot of the problems of the National Geographic incidents and wardrobe malfunctions. Having that built-in bra. Not bad for $1. Especially when a damn bra costs me like 200 pesos. I can get her 4 of those shirts for one bra. Yeah, Sammy, they got pretty good Mexican food here in Thailand. You know, is it like when you walk into a Mexican restaurant in Georgia and everybody in there only speaks Spanish? Maybe not that good, but Mexican food's pretty good over here. And one thing that it's hard to find is the good, you know, the white cheese sauce with the nachos when you first go sit down at a Mexican restaurant in the States. I'm not saying they don't have good cheese sauce, but it's not the exact match template that you're looking for. So I keep trying to explain to the ladies, if you're looking, you ain't cooking. Keep the lid closed. They're not used to cooking with a lid. That's a new thing. Most grills here are just, you know, the flat, like 2-inch deep, flat top. So they're not used to that grill with the lid. The Big Pumpkin's had a lot of training and a lot of years. But sometimes if I don't watch her, she just leaves the lid open and cooks in that fashion. Man, I'll take any kind of cheese, any type of real cheese I can get my hands on. You know, all the local cheese here ain't real cheese. Fake. Everything's fake. So I'll take some cheap real cheese versus any of this local stuff. That's why I don't like the Pandesal with the cheese. It ain't no real cheese. It's a cheese-like substance. I don't even say cheese-like. It's a substance. So it looks like the ladies got the barbecue grill pretty much under control. Yeah, the frog pond still raining. What's the forecast? It's raining. That's pretty much what's going on here. Okay, so let's see. Sammy Boy is reporting that Amigos got taken out when that building fell down. Now, you know, I haven't ate at Amigos in years. Used to be some great food. Maybe it still is right up until the day, but what you're reporting is it's down right now because of that building collapse. Yeah, it was great food. Every time I've ate there, great food. Just haven't ate there in a long time. Looks like the Filipinas have left the grill unattended, which is nothing new. Let's see, Sammy Boy reporting a brand new SNR in Angeles City. I need to make a run, stock up on my sauces. Not exactly doomsday prepping on the sauces. Everything from barbecue sauce, Thousand Island, Sweet Baby Ray's, the stuff we use for the sauce. What's it called? The Korean sauce that we use. We're down on that too. We're down on everything. Yeah, need some real butter too. Probably need a real refrigerator first. I did have a small victory though. Told some of y'all in a previous video. My cooler, which Big Pumpkin had lost the drain plug to before we ever left Barretto years ago. Then I handed it off to Janice, but Janice is not the one who lost the drain plug. It's Big Pumpkin. And Janice kept my cooler in good shape, returned it to me. And the other day I found these rubber balls that Maria got from a friend or somewhere, and they fit perfectly in that drain hole and prevent the cooler from dripping one drop of water. I'm so happy. Solved the drain plug problem. Hey Thomas, how you doing, my friend? Hope you're doing well. Checking in from Bangkok, no longer living in the USA. Alright man, congratulations. That's good to hear. Hope you're doing well there. And I know you are. I'd love to be in Bangkok right now. Sammy Boy reporting Sweet Baby Ray's always out of stock. Yeah, you gotta stock up on it. See, Dan says we're still hot and dry in the UK. And Mr. Solo asking about Janice. She's been down at her house. Her husband came into town. He's an OFW. Came in on his vacation, so she's obviously been down there spending, or was spending all of her time with her husband. So maybe we'll see her soon. Hopefully we'll see her pretty soon here. Yeah, it's like a Velveeta wannabe cheese. Some funky processed cheese product. That's pretty much what you get here. Yeah, it's not even, it's like an imitation Velveeta. It's an imitation of an imitation of an imitation type something. All right, Thomas went from Parrish, Florida to Bangkok, Thailand. That's awesome, man. I hope everything's going well for you over there. Enjoying some less stressful time and some great food, I'm sure. Big Pumpkin got a nice cold, looks like an RC cola. Whoa! And she brought me a Coke, but she didn't bring me no ice. So I got a Coke and a bottle. And you know what? Actually, that thing is a little bit cold. I'm gonna sit here letting it get warm. What I can do here? Ah, she might be bringing that to me, and I just popped the top on this Coke. Huh? Yeah, I just popped the top on the Coke. Is that cold?
Oh.
Give me the cold one. I'll keep my Coke. Let me drink your RC. I'll just put the cap on my Coke. Ha! Give me that. I turned your microphone off, so.
You turn on my microphone?
Well, I turned it off. You were being too noisy.
Oh, go get this bit.
Huh?
Go get this.
Why don't you just set it on the pizza oven? That way I can turn it on or turn it off. But next to your mouth, it's just too loud. What I can do here? What I can do? I turn her microphone on, she blasts out everybody's ears. But maybe if I turn it on there, how's that? If she sets the microphone on the pizza oven, with my luck, it'll fall off the pizza oven and fall onto the ground. Now she's drinking out of the bottle. You go ahead and drink all that you want to drink, baby. Milk and RC does a body good.
Cute.
And I like them real thick and juicy. I got her up to eating about 3 ice creams a day, and whenever she says she's full, I tell her, "Oh, just get one more scoop of rice, baby." Let's see, Sandbin Explorer, how you doing, my friend? Hope you're doing well. Bring in Fatima the next time, something about the Strait of Confusion. Her position hasn't changed. Her position was too much blah, 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 bomb them already. Her position is firm.
Bakit umiyak si Marie? Marie, asim for us.
Kasi nga punitin lahat yung mga papel-papel doon.
Kanina talaga, hapon talaga. Hapon nag-live din si Kano.
Looks like Big Pumpkin is going after another pack of chicharrones. That's Filipinas for you. They rather eat the fat and the bones versus the meat.
Nang lagay ang mga pinsel.
How's the audio with her microphone sitting on the pizza oven? Is that much better?
Hala. Pag ganun po. buong ano talaga, sinulatan niya na.
Padet?
Oh!
Maybe I should increase her ice cream intake up to 4 ice creams a day.
Grabe talaga yung ano ko.
I think her new shirts are a little bit too big for her. So I don't want to have to buy a smaller size. I just feed her more ice cream and they fit better. I'm not sure what y'all think about that strategy. All right, thank you very much, David. Yeah, I think there's always a big problem putting a wireless mic on Big Pumpkin because she's so loud, and it just keeps peaking and getting distorted. All right, thank you, Daniel. Daniel says it's good.
Hindi yung maliliit. Patay. Yung malaki yung nagamit niya, washable yun.
Ayaw, paano kung maliliit?
I have repeatedly, for years, asked Big Pumpkin to put her hair down during the filming operations. She's not interested in the looks. She's interested in the comfort. And it sounds like the kids are having a dispute in there, a little sibling rivalry. So Big Pumpkin has to go over and check, see what's going on. While she's doing that, we'll just talk about the weather. According to the radar here, still a lot of soup over northern Luzon. What's the rainfall like right now here on Subic Bay? It's a light sprinkling of rain. I got sustained winds of about 0 to 1 kilometer per hour. Ain't much of nothing going on here. Looks like we've been live for, 6 hours and 5 minutes. Everything's still operating in the green. And I'll just remind you that if I do suddenly drop off, it's probably due to a brownout. Yesterday or the day before, my stream got taken down by a brownout. Sometimes it happens. Mr. Pink says he used to have long hair. Moved to the Philippines, cut it all off, the heat. Yeah, it's hot here. And us men, we get long hair. It does. It just gets annoying. It gets hot. You go in that barber shop, get a nice high and tight, or a nice army cat, as Fatima says. I don't know why they don't pronounce it army cut. She says army cat. Buzz cut. And looks like the ladies are turning the chops Big Pumpkin supervises Lil Kim's operations there. Yep, looks like maybe the first turn. Is that the first turn or the second? This might be the first flip of the pork chops. Yeah, Maria's pretty good at watching Forrest G. Sometimes he's a handful. Just part of it. Most of the time she can handle him, but sometimes she's got to call for backup from Big Pumpkin. Get him straightened out. I'll turn the lady's microphone on for a second here, see what they're talking about. Like my friend said earlier, all they're talking about is chismes. All we heard is chismes and rain.
Masarap yung amin sa amin. Puro ano, puro taba.
If somebody wants to translate what they're talking about, just leave it in the chat.
Gusto ko yung may taba.
I'm sure the Big Pumpkin's saying nothing but good things about me.
Hindi naman gaano masarap.
Looks like the temperature is where it needs to be from here. I mean, it looks like she's giving it a little juice there to bring the temperature on up. Yeah, I like getting high and tight. I just feel good when I come out of there. Plus, you feel like you got your money's worth. Ain't nothing like going and getting a haircut and coming out of there and feel like they didn't cut enough hair. You know what I mean? I like going in there with a high and tight, walking out feeling confident that I got my money's worth. It looks like they're eating some type of candy or something. But like I said, that's okay. Big Pumpkin, she can eat all she wants. I'd like the Big Pumpkin to have about another 5 kilos on her, maybe 10. Yeah, what can I do? Y'all see the stress I'm under here, dealing with Big Pumpkin. Alright, come over to your comments for a little bit. How many thumbs up in my rock? I got 143 thumbs ups. I got 6 thumbs down. 6 people hit the thumbs down button, which is okay. I don't got a problem with that at all. I appreciate you hitting the button. Really helps out with them old Google squirrels, and certainly appreciate you. Yeah, when I go to Thailand to get a haircut, I'm out. I sleep through the whole damn thing. I come out of there so relaxed. Best haircut, great price. Can't beat it. Go over there, hit that spot right there off of Soy Bacau. I had the same barber over there in Thailand for years. Older lady, she was married to a foreign dude who passed on. She spoke perfect English. Just talkative the whole time. Then she ended up meeting another foreign dude and closed up the shop. And I was like, damn. Man, she was my barber for years. What can you do? Looks like one of the puppies was in the background. Looked like Seymour. Just got the tail end of him. Neighbor's got 3 puppies. They spend a lot of time over here. But you know the best thing about those puppies is that they don't belong to us. They belong to the neighbor. They just come for a visit. We feed them, but they're not our responsibility. Same with the kittens. Got a mama cat and 3 kittens that sleeps on my motorbike. They come to visit, but guess what? They're not our cats or kittens. They're the best animals to have. The ones that belong to your neighbor. I don't think they got the temperature high enough. They're messing around too much, leaving the lid open. I keep telling them, if you're looking, you ain't cooking. Alright? Get the things on there, close the lid, quick flip, stop looking, stop talking, stop chismes. If you're looking, you ain't cooking. Look at her, slow on the flip. It's too slow on the flip, big pumpkin. Come on, get those things flipped. There you go. Get that lid closed. Gosh. Only been trying to teach her how to barbecue for 9 years. Look at her, leaving all that trash on my pizza oven. I talk about stress. I'm telling you, stress is real. Hey, why do you put the trash on my pizza oven? Don't be putting nothing else on that pizza oven. Gosh. It's a private residence here. Respect the steel. Mr. Pink says they're looking for a sear with low temp. Seems to be what they're doing. I don't know if there's a strategy behind it or they're not patient, right? Let's be straight. Filipinos are not patient with the cooking operations. They're just not. They want to hurry up the cooking, eat. They end up burning it on the outside, not done on the inside because they're impatient. So we'll see how it turns out. You know, if I'm not out there directly supervising it, there's no telling how it's going to turn out. What I can do. It's like the rain has stopped. Look at that. Got absolute peace and just calm seas in the frog pond. Now I'll leave it up there for just a second. If anybody can look close and actually see a frog in the frog pond, let me know. I'm zoomed in. I got the fence sort of in the way, but if anybody can spot a frog in the frog pond, because it's a scientific fact about frogs, they disappear during the day. I don't know where they go, but they go somewhere. Then at night they come out, and you're like, "Where you been?" And they never will say. They won't tell you where they've been. You'll never know where that frog's been all day long. It's the mysteries of life. Okay, now they're putting them up into bake mode. I think a little bit too soon. I'm not going to complain because it's better than them burning it, but they don't have the patience required to keep them in bake mode for probably the next 20 minutes. No, it's too soon to paint. It's too soon. They're not done yet. Now they're going to burn the sauce. At least they got them up in the bake mode. They're not done, ladies. You got to cook them chops to about 95% completion before adding the sauce. Man, I've only been teaching this old girl barbecue skills. 9 years, 8 years, I don't even know how long I've been with this one. Usually I trade them in at the 7-year mark. That's the maximum that they can serve in my administration. Not sure if you can hear the chismes going on. I don't have my headphones on. I got their microphone on. Looks like Big Pumpkin is directing the painting operation, but again, it's premature, too soon. If you don't watch it with Filipinas, like I said, the outside of the chop will be charred. The inside of the chop, or any piece of meat, chicken, pork, whatever, they'll char the outside. The inside won't be done. Happens a lot, especially with chicken. Get a thick chicken leg, there's a damn good chance that that chicken is not done next to the bone. Yeah, Agent Latte, old Big Pumpkin puts too much stress on me. Especially when they don't listen to my instructions as the chef. Yeah, somebody mentioned Joy earlier. Joy is going to school 6 days a week, so she's obviously tied up and busy. Hopefully she'll be up to visit pretty soon. But she's got a full 6-day-a-week schedule with school. She's second year college, going to be a teacher. Okay, so hopefully they'll leave that lid closed for a little bit. Because if you're looking, ladies, you ain't cooking. Let's go over to the news here. Just hit a quick refresh. See what's going on in the world. Let's see. Alright, so good news. The red alert status on the Visayas grid has been lifted. Alright, it's a good deal. Looks like the demand is down, the supply is up. Everything is good. Okay. Now, Big Pumpkin was saying something about landslides earlier. I don't know if she got something off the internet or what have you. And I'm not sure what the... Let's see. Just talk about where are the landslides in this particular article. Let me get my old man glasses on. Try to find out where these landslide areas are. I don't think it actually says. It should. Okay, here we go. Okay. Oh, that's bad news. My goodness. 2 cooks were killed and another was injured when a landslide buried part of a restaurant kitchen in Barangay Silan, La Trinidad. Well, okay, so up near Baguio. That happened yesterday, August 6. Police said continuous heavy rains brought by tropical cyclones Luis and Maimai loosened the soil beside the establishment and triggered the collapse. It's sad to hear. A gentleman 66, 131, and the injured was 55 years old. That's sad to hear. Thoughts and prayers go out to their families. So there you go. Landslides always a threat in areas prone to landslides. It's being Captain Obvious. You go around the horn and see how many folks I got here on the old YouTube. How many people are hanging out. 56 folks still hanging out. Thank y'all very much for tuning in. I've had this stream going for 6 hours and 21 minutes. All equipment still operating in the green. Looks like we're still running on Kick, and hey, look at that, still running on Twitch. Everything operating in the green. All cameras are good. Nothing overheating. Not that it should today, because it's been nice and cool. It continues to be cool. At night, almost bordering on the word cold. Anytime we get cold weather, it's very welcome. When you've lived in the heat for so long, you get something different, something cold, cool. It's been like Baguio weather here. I'll kill their microphone right there. There's no telling what they're doing or talking about out there. As usual, they don't seem to, I don't know, maybe they're around the corner, but it's always a challenge with Big Pumpkin. She'll put some fried chicken on and walk away from it. You know what I mean? Be doing something totally different. I'm like, hey, you got to watch the cook station. Don't abandon your station. Don't abandon the grill. Hey, Tropico Dreams. No, I hadn't had a drop of liquor or beer in over 2 years. But I'm thinking about going back to drinking. Right now I'm just drinking a Coke. Probably worse than beer. What can I do? You know what I mean? Like, you ever been to an AA meeting? I guess I should qualify it before people start getting the wrong impression. When I was a kid, I had an uncle who was a recovering alcoholic. We never knew the guy when he was drinking. He was an alcoholic like from 20 years before or some shit like that. But he was big in AA, helping people. He was part of the administration, whatever. So I spent a lot of time on the weekends with him and my aunt at these meetings and conferences and all that stuff. Nothing to do with me or my aunt. This guy just 20 years ago used to be an alcoholic, and he was big into helping people. And the first thing I learned about AA and alcoholics is that everybody who quit drinking, they just swapped over to coffee and cigarettes. That was my experience back in the 80s, hanging out around these meetings and conferences, and I'm just a kid tagging along. But you've got to have big pots of coffee, and everybody's got cigarettes. It's just like they went from alcohol to those two vices. Not saying that coffee is bad or what have you, but that's what they did. Got off the alcohol, coffee and cigarettes. That's what I observed. Let's see, Tropico, been 1 month. Hey, congratulations, my friend. Hope it's working out for you. Hope you're feeling better. I know, every time I went on these check rides and took a break from the alcohol, I always got to feeling better. Always went back to drinking, but let's see, D over at CPI stopped beer, but not the tequila shots. Hey, Sammy, I haven't seen D in a long time. If you see him, tell him I said hello. Hope he's doing well. Used to hang out with that dude every day for a while. But yeah, we've all, as we get old, some of us change it up, slow it down, what have you. Tropico says he went to the ganja and coffee. Yeah. I mean, I've always liked cigars and puffing on the pipe. Luckily, I've never got into cigarettes. Yeah, I'll miss some days hanging out with D over at CPI. Man, that craft beer on draft. That's my vice. I like draft beer. I like craft beer. They combined it. Boom. There every day. Used to be back in the day. All right, what's going on here? All right, a little bit more barbecue action. Looks like Big Pumpkin's got little Kim over there doing all the hard work as usual. All right, they're doing a little chismes over there at the gate. You know, that's what Filipinos like to do. What do they like to do? Chismes. They like to talk. The first, not my first trip, but early on going to Thailand, this dude owned a bar. He said, man, these girls like to do three things. They like to eat, sleep, and talk. That's it. Now, that's back before cell phones took over, right? All the zombieism of scrolling. This is back before that. Three things: eat, sleep, and talk. That's all they want to do. I think nowadays you add eat, sleep, talk, and scroll that damn Facebook shit. Hey Sammy, well, that's good to hear, man. I hope he's doing well. And again, tell him I said hello. Miss those days hanging out with him. He's a good dude. All right, let's change it up. Let's check on the frog pine. Again, little to no rainfall. Not much going on in the frog pine. And again, if anybody spots a frog, call it out. You've never seen one during the day. But at night, holy moly, they're the noisiest creatures in the village. The noisiest animals in the jungle. Right, let's go check on. Alright, Big Pumpkin's still out there doing the chismes. Looks like she's got the meat cooking. Alright, looks like it's cooking okay right now. I was a little skeptical at first, but looks like she's doing pretty well. Yeah, and again, Filipinos always chismosing about something. That's just what they do. And I'm not even sure really who that is. I don't know if that's a neighbor or some walking by. I can't really see from here. It's like you see movement in the frog pine, but you never see a frog. Maybe it's just your mind playing tricks on you. What a great song with Ghetto Boys. Listen to that song a lot. That Big Pumpkin's eating on something. That girl she usually don't stop. She don't stop eating. She always eating. Partly my fault, because I keep encouraging that type of activity. You know what? It's just changes in life, you know. Sometimes our interests change. Our likes change. You know what I mean? I can't help it if I like thick women these days. What can I do? Let's see. Do I still hear from Big Money Benny? I haven't heard from him in a while. Last I heard, he's doing good. Got a couple kids. Being a good family man. Everything's going well in his world. Miss hanging out with that guy. You know, it's a progression. You know, there's a time in our lives where we're wild and free. And sometimes you get settled down, whether it be with kids, new wife, new job, whatever you're doing, things change. It's like Big Pumpkin is eating, chismosing, while Lil' Kim does all the hard work. That's pretty much Big Pumpkin's MO. That's pretty much what she does. Easy. Turn the microphone on, see if we can hear what's going on out there. She talking about something. She's smiling. Got good neighbors here in the village, folks. Uh-oh. Could they be done? Big Pumpkin manhandles the grill. Lets the auntie know she's on candy camera. Maybe they're done. Cut her microphone off. She's always too noisy. Yeah, Sammy says, yeah, drink with D, Mitty, and Night. Yep. How's Ted doing, my friend? Haven't seen him in a while as well. The time I stopped by the shop about 6 months ago, he wasn't around. Hope he's doing well. We had a great time that night. D, Ted, and myself went down to the Thriller in Manila. What a great night. Boxing. Huh? You finished? Is it ready to eat?
You want to eat now? Sandwich?
No, I think I'm going to shut the stream down here.
Sus, you need to let until 5, boy. Gosh.
Okay, will you come sit here in the chair and let me eat? What? Yeah, I got potential buyers already for it, baby. Come here. Just come here. Okay, no, just come over here. And folks, if you didn't see earlier, this is a portrait of Big Pumpkin, okay? Now, Big Pumpkin, can you come put your face... Here, just come put your face right here. I want to show everybody. Okay, look here.
I know.
Hold it right there. Hold it right there. Now look straight at the camera. Look straight at the camera. Baby, look straight at the camera. I gotta show them the resemblance. The resemblance is uncanny. That's my
sandwich?
my Mona Lisa there. I painted that just a couple nights ago.
Sandwich ba?
It was on the 4th, I believe, when I painted that thing. So 3 days ago. I'm planning to auction off. That right there is probably going to bring money on the equivalent of if I sold the Mona Lisa. That's the Mona Fatima. The Mona.
Sandwich ba?
Baby, that's the Pumpkin Lisa. Wait, baby. All right, what sauce do you got to go on the sandwich?
It's chili sauce.
Now put it on the side. That's too sweet.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't want the bones. If you're gonna make a sandwich, don't put no bones on the sandwich, please. You think I'm kidding? You think I'm kidding? How many times has that woman made me a sandwich and it had damn bones on it, and she don't understand why I'm pissed? Don't get it. Like what? Like you put bones on a sandwich. So? Yeah, she didn't grow up eating too many sandwiches. Let's see. Hey, Rendar, how you doing, my friend? I'm doing well. Mr. Solo, you like my my portrait? That's a Mona Lisa right there. I'm telling you, I'm gonna bring in some money at the auction. Y'all just wait and see. Give it a little bit of time, let it age a little bit. Man, oh man. All of the collectors are gonna be hustling to take that home with them. Put it in a nice bamboo frame. If it reaches over $1 million, I'll throw in Big Pumpkin for free. Well, folks, it looks like another one of my weather streams have basically repelled the bad weather. Look at there. There's barely anything hitting the frog pond out there. The wind speeds are about at a 0. So you want to know what the weather's doing here? I mean, it looks kind of soupish and crazy with the technology, but the ground conditions say otherwise. There's nothing going on here right now. Subject to change at any moment. But I'm going to take a couple more comments, then I'm going to shut her down. I'm going to go hang out and eat with the crew. Let's see what we got. 6 hours and 37 minutes on the clock. Awesome. Thank y'all very much for joining me during the show. Hope you were entertained, maybe learned something, had some good conversation, enjoyed the mukbang or the mukbang, I don't know how to say it. The live eating portion of the show with some ASMR. Okay. So with that said, folks, if you don't mind on the way out, if you could hit that thumbs up for me. I got 147 thumbs up, 7 down. I'd certainly appreciate it. It helps out with them dang old Google squirrels who control everything about this game. Thank you very much, whoever just hit that thumbs down. Thank you. Now I got 8 thumbs downs. I don't care if you go up or down. Vote with your heart. I'll take the thumbs down equally as much as the thumbs up. So thank you. Man, I need a couple beers. I do need a couple beers. Because I'm all jacked up on coffee and Coke. Mountain Dew there, Chip. What movie's that from? Yep, go eat me a pork sandwich. I already had the fries. I should have saved the damn fries, but I needed them for the mukbang. Alright, folks, as soon as I find this button right here to end the broadcast, I'm going to tell y'all good evening, good night, have a good day, wherever you're at on this beautiful planet that we call the Earth. I will see y'all tomorrow night. I will be here tomorrow night, as long as the good Lord will give me another day on this earth. With that said, y'all have a good one.